Honestly, nobody buy the Stream Deck. It is just a source of non-stop problems. I press that button, and it should unmute everything, and I don't know why it didn't unmute. Hold on. So, hold on. We've got the start one here. Yeah. These are all unmute options. Why doesn't it unmute? What the hell? Anyway, I said hello to everybody. Just imagine it. Pretend. Because, damn it. If you aren't streaming issues, you aren't really streaming. Yeah, no. Stream Deck, useless piece of garbage. I would not recommend. I would say probably about 70% of the time I've tried to use it, it's not worked in the correct manner, or in the way in which it's intended. And it's never been a good way in which I intended. It's just not good. It's garbage. I spent hundreds of dollars on this thing. I've had it for like a month now. The thing is just shit. Alright, I'm sorry, guys. Let me play some music. There we go. Okay. So I did say hello to everybody, but I'll do it again. Rob Beamer, Crispy Shaman, Idiots, welcome back. Charlie Bean, I don't believe I've seen you around here before, so welcome. Chill Burrito, I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Elias Heikinen, I have a car of yours. Groundhog, welcome, bro. Then Silverblade, pretty sure I said Crispy Shaman, I'm not sure because my memory is now melding. Broken Ursa, Flipto, welcome. Thomas, welcome. Crownless, welcome. And there were some other new people. Matteo Sacco, welcome. Is that a Miata copy? I don't see a Miata anywhere. There's this, but I would more liken that to, because it's a K car, that sort of early 90s K car, you know, Suzuki Cappuccino, there was the Honda Beat, stuff like that. That's what I would classify that as. Try Streamlabs OBS, never had any issues with that. I have heard nothing but dishonest things about Streamlabs OBS, so I will not be using Streamlabs OBS ever again. I used them a while ago, and one, it wasn't as good as normal OBS or OBS Studio, and two, just the unscrupulous things I hear about them, not so good. So, two things. Up top, we won't be talking about Ukraine versus Russia, but I do support Ukrainians. I have Ukrainian friends, and they have Ukrainian relatives still living over in Ukraine, and not all of them have been able to escape. So, fuck Russia. I'm going to ask that people no longer submit Russian cars for the time being. And then the other one is next week we're going to try to start this stream a day earlier. So, about 24 hours earlier than normal. Just try a different day, because I think when I initially set up this day, it was kind of incorrect. I see a mill build is going to be good. What, this one with like the flaccid penis coming down the windshield? Yeah, I kind of get that too. I like how you have placed my tiny car between two big cars here. It's just in alphabetical order, bro. I think that's just coinkydink. Welcome, Tom. This is like, what, the fourth Tom we have in our Discord? Oh dear. Sorry, and our streams. Also, Nissan Skyline GTR R32 Nismo. That is a very long name. Welcome. You just go like 32 Nismo. Everyone would know what you mean. You don't even need the R at the beginning of 32. I'm seeing a lot of convertibles. There is actually, yeah, 3 convertibles this week. That's more than usual. And then there's one with a glass roof. But I don't know if that has an interior, so that could just be a weird choice. I don't know. My car's just tall, not really all that big. You mean this one here? That's why I'm not submitting any Soviet-Russian cars now. This time submitted something. Okay, so there was this one car. I didn't have 10. Like, if there was another car submitted this week, I probably wouldn't have done this one. But they said that like it was meant to be Ukrainian Soviet Union, but I just rather leave things away from that at the moment. Welcome, Aaron F. How's it going? I'm currently off school with COVID, so I can finally watch one of your streams live. Oh dear. There's a bit of a silver lining to that really cruddy cloud, isn't there? God, could you imagine a cloud filled with crap? That would suck. Anyway, let's go have a look at these cars. So the first one is this one, I believe was by Cheeky or Chico or something. I can't remember their name, sorry. I'm drawing a blank right now. This is meant to be their second car that they've ever made, and I gotta rebind that get out of car key. So you can really tell that this is a beginner's car. Unfortunately, there is also like a severe lack of ventilation on the front. I mean, I get that they're going for a thing. Also, this like headlights are a bit too big. It looks a bit weird. This then scoop that comes down and droops over the hood, and then that scoop that droops down the windshield. Huh? Hold on, let's see if this works this time. Hopefully that time, the distorted audio effect actually works. I should certainly... There we go. You should be able to hear the music now. You see two SUVs? Yep. It's 1:22 a.m. for you, it's 1:53 a.m. for me. And welcome, well, welcome chilled... Oh, I've already said hello to you, chilled breeder. Those headlights are the size of my entire car. Kinda, yeah, they are obnoxiously oversized. Like, I feel like they went with a BMW styling, except instead of making the grille big, they made the headlights big. Like some sort of Cadillac? Is that what I'm thinking of? Like, what's that one, like, rapper SUV from, like, the 90s sort of era onwards? Is it a Cadillac? I think it might be a Cadillac. Headlights do need some detailing. I mean, it's not the worst looking car. I have had worse submitted cars, but you can really tell that this is a beginner one because they haven't given it a huge amount of thought. Also, the front wheel is massively cambered and really flush, and then the rear one is really inset and doesn't look like it's cambered. So they may have just set a race preset to this and then just went with that, which I don't entirely agree with. Excursion engine? Escalade! That's the one. The music is a little too loud, to be honest. Shouldn't be. That should actually be pretty good. Maybe I turn myself up a bit. Hopefully that'll help. Was the Cadillac Escalade. But this is clearly a meme build by the creator, probably made it as a joke. This is their second car, a second vehicle they made. So I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, let's go in and have a look to see what sort of running gear we've got here. Oh. We have a transversely mounted V10, naturally aspirated with a big expensive exhaust by the looks of it. That is a very unusual sort of engine. This is not an American engine because not only is it a V10, but it's, I mean, transversely mounted is quite rare, but it's also quad cam, which is not very common. Even nowadays, it's only just starting to really come into play. Jesus. Welcome, Jordan 287. How's it going? This thing can fit so many obese Americans. Oh dear. Yeah, so very weird. And you can also see that this is kind of like the center line here for the front axle. That is very much over the front. This thing is going to understeer like crazy. Now I'm starting to understand why they decided to put like massive amounts of camber. So, camber is great for track cars. On normal cars, it wears out the inside of the tire a lot, especially on heavy cars. And you will go through tires so quickly because it's not getting the wear from being put along the entire base of the tire. It's only on the inside. So the heavier the car is, the worse it gets as well. So, like, all of these factors just go into making camber, especially excessive camber, not very common on road cars. Only a few will bother to have it very high, like supercars, high-end sports cars like your Corvettes, and maybe a little bit on muscle cars and stuff like that. Carbon fiber chassis. Oh my god, it is a carbon fiber chassis. What the hell am I even looking at? Then we have miniature 6-piston brakes. Why are they so small? These are going to cook like crazy. Yeah, they said that this is their second build. Oh, it's only front-wheel drive. So they said this is only their second build, but yeah, I am starting to agree with you. Maybe this is just a meme build. Coming out to the back here, we have miniature again. 3-piston brakes. Why are the brakes so small? Dodge has made a V10. Ford had the Triton V10, but yeah, this thing will probably have a longitudinal engine. Yeah, so transversely mounted big engines had their kind of heyday, and then they kind of went away. They haven't really come back, I don't believe. So longitudinal is the way to usually have big engines, and then usually, not very commonly are they front-wheel drive, but they can be sometimes. Yeah. Also, yeah. I think not bad for a second car. Maybe, who knows? Isn't that a 6P? Yeah, 6-piston. Did I say that wrong, did I? Sorry. V10 front-wheel drive, carbon fiber Escalade. That is the rear end. Yeah, I know this is the rear end. What? What? What are we talking about? Anyway, President Sport. All right. Nothing on the interior. Honestly, not going to give this one a huge score. It's not tickling me biscuit. But let's move on to this one. This one probably will get a lot of my score. They're using the badge I just used. How dare they? How dare they? That's my badge. I claim that badge. I'm joking. Like, there's a limited number of badges. I'd have to make my own custom one to actually get away with saying that. You know what? Actually, I might start doing that. Who knows? The wheels look too thin. Also, they are way too tucked in. On the rear, yes. On the front, no. With expensive choices, so it is definitely a rapper's car. It's the only transverse bigger engine I can think of. Volvo had transverse V8s. They were going to have transverse V10s in the mid to late 90s, but then Ford bought them out. Testarossa had a yes, but that's mid-engine. Yes, there has been transverse big engines, but they're usually mid or rear. I doubt the Testarossa was front-wheel drive. I really like seeing those convertible cars. They are pretty cool. Anyway, let's have a bit of a look at the interior. We have red seatbelts. Not the shininess level that I would normally go with personally. And apparently this is a 2x2, but this is like Porsche levels of 2x2. You're not really actually fitting anybody in there. Oh dear. Cool, they've selected all the right colors. Everything looks pretty good here. They got 2 radios. I mean, if you really want to go high-level detail, what you could probably do is put in like a fascia of some sort and then have a bunch of switches as opposed to having another radio. What you could do is have... No, I was about to say, like, make everything else, like, covered up by something. Have this inset and then have this just, like, as a switch panel, because those switches do stick out, but I don't know how easy that would be. Maybe you could paint the dials and the red bits invisible and then cover the rest up with just some simple shapes. Maybe. You might get away with that. Who knows? But yeah, 2 radios are very weird and peculiar. Especially a CD player from the early 90s. That is very rare. On a not expensive car, that is. Oh my god, they're using your mod? Actually, last week they were also using your mod. Your indicator stuff. Is that? Yeah, they probably could have tilted that back a little bit. It's wrong hand drive. Oh yeah, this is meant to be Japanese. So with these K cars, they really mostly only ever sold in Japan and then were kind of exported a little bit. Sometimes they were exported to England specifically because of the fact that they were the correct side drive. Here in Australia, we never really liked K cars that much, though a lot of people did, but just not people looking to buy them. In the used market, they did a lot better. So they got shipped over to England a lot more because there's a lot more culture around smaller cars, smaller alleyways and stuff like that. So Japan, England, the two big countries where K cars were usually quite popular. So yeah, it's very unusual to see a K car that is left-hand drive. Points off. Longitudinal flat 12? Thought the Testarossa might have been, but I wasn't sure. I just know that there is some transversely mounted big engines. Like, I know that there's... The Miura's a V12, right? That's transversely mounted, but it is mid-engine rear-wheel drive. I got my shifter yesterday. I can't wait for my... Okay, then. So, box of 12. Kind of a box of 12, but not really. There is 3 types of engines that go flat. There's a flat, there's the 180-degree V type engine, and then there's the boxer type engine. They are slightly different in different regards, but some of them can sometimes be the same thing, if you know what I mean. Kind of like... all thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs, sort of thing. And they're all like a little bit different in their definition, sort of thing. Why did you make it left-hand drive, Elias? I don't know, man. Are you from America or something? So well made interior, though. Yeah, it's still pretty good, though. I will admit that. The design is a little bit basic, but it still works quite nicely. You've done something here with a light, but I can't entirely tell what it is. But it looks wonky. Anyway, let's move into the interior. What the hell is that? What the fuck? Oh, okay, this is meant to be like the, because usually on mid-engine cars, the front will have a tire in it. That looks way too big, does it not? Yeah, I think that looks too big. Either way, still pretty cool. Nice attention to detail there. Also, this is the sharp end. I probably would have flipped it upside down. But to each their own, I suppose. We have... Is that a drum brake? That looks like a drum brake on double wishbones. Coming out to the rear, we don't have all-wheel drive, which is cool. We have a mid-mounted 2-piston brakes on the rear on... double wishbone. This is so hard to move around because there's so many things here. All very tightly packed. Very, what would you call it? Not the, British, in the way in which they do that. With the extra little bit of boot at the back. That was kind of a thing that they did sometimes, and it was always just weird and not great. Is that... Oh, is this a 3-cylinder? That is a big-ass looking 3-cylinder, and that's a single overhead cam pushing 4 valves. This is very rare. Very, very rare, so I'm surprised that you went with that. Alright, still anyway. That's pretty cool. Does anybody... can anybody find a cheap... moderate to large scale production engine to have single cam 4 valves per cylinder? I think the Toyota Celica had it, and I think that's about it. Single cam pushing 4 valves. Who might this handsome fella be? No, we need. Choices have been made. It's 600cc. Yeah, so not 660. When they upgraded the, upped the limit on engine sizes for K cars the year before to 660, everyone went all the way up to 660. I think later on some were 600cc, stuff like that, but immediately most people went straight to 660. Overhead valve 3-cylinder. Wow, it is quite a rare engine. Anyway, oh, And that's not a cheap manifold either, unless this is old automation. No, this is new automation, and you didn't choose the cheapest manifold. Interesting. The cheap short cast there, that's pretty good. But I would have thought that they would have gone with an even cheaper intake manifold to try to keep the price low. But then again, it is not an expensive manifold. It's not like individual throttle body, like losing your mind over like, I just want more power. You did go with a very suitable 60 horsepower, which is within the limit of the gentleman's agreement that they made in Japan for the K cars. So that's pretty good. I thought the A86 had a 4-valve single overhead cam too. No, they had a dual overhead cam, I believe. The real Honda Beat uses 3 valves for cylinder single overhead cam. Ah, okay. And this is 4, right? It's not 3? Yeah, 4. So I can get 3, kind of, because why add add an extra cam for 1 extra valve? Like, seems a bit superfluous. But 4 valves. That is a camshaft that is under a lot of stress. It is only pushing 3 cylinders though, so it's not so bad. But still, that's a lot. Welcome, Creeper Freak. How's it going? Most 90s Hondas use single overhead. Oh, that's right. I remember that now. Hondas use that. But I've never seen it myself, so I just go by what you say. I did so much research making this. Still made some mistakes. No, apparently not. Little model had the double overhead cam. Okay then. Hardtop version of this would go hard. I mean, I like convertibles. I bought a convertible recently, and there will be videos on that soon. I have bought everything. There is a bit of a question over whether I'm going to get the head gasket because the seller I bought it from is a bit of a moron. Also, I can't remember who it was last week. Put me onto like the website for buying parts. It seemed great at the time, but then when I went to actually buy it because our dollar got a little bit stronger, they don't ship out of the EU and England. United Kingdom, EU and UK. So that was rather annoying. So I went to eBay because they have buyer protection. Single overhead cam, A86 had 8 valves, thought so. This car was 100% made because you bought the MG. Ah, cool. I do like the Honda Beat. I personally though it is a really cool car, don't get me wrong, I would personally go for the Suzuki Cappuccino because I saw that first and that's kind of like always stuck in my mind ever since. Anyway, moving on to the next vehicle. Big chunky, I can't remember, like the story was too long. I just cut it off and said that it moved from the Soviet Union ownership to Ukrainian. Anyway, pretty cool stuff here. Very, very big tires here. Then the engine is a narrow bank 60-degree V6. Single overhead cam. 4 valves per cylinder. Once again with the oddness. Why do people like these single overhead cam? Oh, actually this is like still dual, but it's more like twin cam. That is weird. Technically the 86 only had sold with 16 valve double overhead cams. The 85s, yep, one of my dream cars is a Beat. I think here in Australia we got the AE86 with the 8-valve option on it, sold as the 86, I think. Don't quote me on that, because we got the 11 with the thing with the 8-valve. Monster truck tires, we shall see how they go. That's a lot of writing there, Rob Beamer, that I don't know what it's for. Anyway, I adore the manifold though. The compact manifold in this, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I do like it. We've also got shortcasts, which is pretty good, into catalytic converters. Good, they've remembered that as well. Copen GR Sport is my fave K car right now. I do kinda have a bit of a like for the K car. Sorry, the GR Yaris or whatever it is. But would I have one? No. It seems like a ginormous vehicle, and that's kind of a little bit off-putting to me. Looks like an Arctic truck. Yes, it does, actually. You're right. That's what it's reminding me of. It was the Arctic trick that the Top Key guys took. Welcome, Nito Dragon GG. Dang, we have a very diverse lineup today. 8 valve for American, 16 valve for Japanese. I just love the compact intakes and automation. I mean, I think they're pretty cool. Anyway, let's go have a look more at the running gear. We have solid axles with 6-piston brakes. Interesting. I wonder how that'll handle. Are the oh, I can't remember what this is called. The uni joint that's in there is invisible for some reason. Weird. Anyway, it is all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. I'm not sure yet. Probably four-wheel. That is a very steep angle for that axle. That is very steep. My God. So the axle would be probably tilted a little bit, but that is ridiculously sharp. Oh dear. And then this is very sharp as well. Like even this I would call sharp. But not a whole lot you could do from automation. What you could have actually done probably is drop at least the physical mesh, the verticality of the engine down a little bit, because that is too sharp. That would destroy uni joints. Anyway, coming into the back, we have a pistonless brake caliper. Apparently they fixed this in the newest update, so I don't know if this is with that or not. Anyway, but yeah, leaf springs in the rear as well. Solid axle. Very interesting, very budget orientated. Madia, I did realize how cool the GR Sport version is. Wait, is Toyota now considered a cool company? Back in my day, they were known as like the one that made the Supra, and then a whole bunch of safe cars that were just like safe purchases, not safe as in safety. Nobody really thought much about the Toyotas in that sort of way. Like, they would last long, their resale was not particularly bad, they were fairly robust cars. Nobody was really excited by Toyotas in my era, apart from the early 90s sort of stuff like the Toyota Supra. The gist of the story is that this car is that the Ukrainian company got bought by a German company and this car was built with a German chassis. Okay then. Solid axle all the way, baby. I mean, the Copen GR is not Yaris. The Yaris is a whole different... Okay, well, I only know about the Yaris. What's the Copen GR? Okay. That is actually quite cool. I would not have the GR Yaris, but I might have this, except from this angle, that looks ugly. But at least the roof comes off and becomes a convertible. So that is pretty cool. I do like it. I think I would like to see a hardtop version, like, not a one where they've stuck a hardtop on it, but like a full, proper hardtop hatchback version of this car. That would be great. Oh, it's also a metal folding roof, so that's also going to be very heavy and going to make it less sporty. Still, I think that's pretty cool. Anyway, let's have a look at the interior on this car. Fairly well done. I was about to say we only have one radio, but then I realized, no, we don't have any radio. So, keeping the price down. And that looks like that's a smartphone and a phone holder or something. I think that's what that's meant to be. I think that's pretty cool. Dash. It seems that you've done it wrong. Because there is no numbers or any sort of thing to be able to see there at all. There's a bit of a jitteriness as well. Weird. Copen is cool too. The K20 Honda engine will definitely fit. What? S660 is just a different beast. A fastback. A fastback would also look cool, yeah. Like, just anything with like a full body on it. Like, I would like to see it. Would I buy it? It's probably out of my price range. Actually, you know what? Let's have a look. Price. Oh! This came out years ago. What country is this for? Just says EN. Global.Toyota. There's no price there. Car and driver? $22,000. So yes, way out of my price range. But still, that's not a bad price. We'll just have to settle for the Supra. Ew. Gross. Super ugly. Anyway, this is a supercar by the looks of it. I believe they said that this is meant to be like an entry-level sports car. Kind of doubt that, especially this is the color of aluminium, I believe now. So not the cheapest car. Also 4-piston, not a particularly cheap option. All-wheel drive and double wishbone, not cheap options. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure. This must be a supercar. Maybe I'm getting confused with a different one. Let me have a quick look. Maybe that one was the entry? I can't remember. Anyway, in here we have... Oh, God, I love the twin manifold. The twin manifold looks really nice. That's a V12, right? Yes, it is. We got a thingy... tubular exhaust. We have 3 pistons in the rear, so less pistons in the rear. That's a choice. Okay. Weird exhaust origami happening here. What the hell? So it comes down here and then it wraps and loops around. Very weird, very interesting. All right. Does look pretty cool. It feels like it's... The design is missing a certain je ne sais quoi. And I can't really put my finger on it. It's like... There's like a depth missing to it. As if there's like a je ne sais quoi. I can't really put my finger on it. Oh, what is it missing? Like maybe it feels like it's meant to be more three-dimensional than what it is? Something to tie it all together? Because it doesn't really seem as if everything quite fits. Maybe it's the leading lines. Maybe all of the leading lines are kind of destroyed. That is one of the things, I'll at least say, because one leading line comes up this way, then the other leading line comes down and crosses over this way. These leading lines go all horizontal. So yeah, that is kind of ruining it a little bit at least. It does look pretty cool. There is a lot of attention to detail, and I do appreciate that. But there's just something not quite right here. Is that 3 colors, orange, yellow, and white? By the looks of it, yeah. Like the taillights, darker paint might help? Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, very big rear tires, very McLaren-esque sort of thing on the side there, but still doesn't look ugly like a McLaren, so that's pretty good. Let's have a look at the interior of this thing. Weird. I mean, it's all here. They've at least got colors. Unfortunately, they've got some exporter issues. I'm assuming... Is this the new automation? Let me have a quick look here. Yeah, so this is new automation. They use cloth. Cloth, unfortunately, comes out really shiny, so you're kind of shit out of luck with that at the moment. Apparently, they fixed that, so I don't know. But that's on, like, the latest update that came out, like, a day or 2 ago. Which has a lot of weird things on it. It's also got Aussie plates. I can see the car Tom made. What has Aussie... Well, then this car is illegal. Because it's left-hand drive. Fail. That is a big fail by me. No points for that car whatsoever. Let's move on. This one I am excited to also drive. It actually seems quite tall. It's like a cross between an SUV... a mini SUV and a hatchback. You know, like those very small SUVs that look like hatchbacks, basically, that look like a bigger SUV, but they're in like a small form factor. That's what I'm kind of getting a feel of here. But I still do like it. Apparently this is meant to be like your, KTM crossbows and stuff like that, except in a practical form factor and not exorbitantly expensive. I'm interested to see how this stacks up against the Ghost. What? Looks like a crossover? A little bit, yes. It's a Suzuki Swift SUV. A little bit, yeah, I agree with that. The rear crown reminds me a bit of the Swift. It is using the Swift body, so that's going to help it a lot. And the fact that they've used taillights that look a lot like a Swift. It is pretty cool looking, though. I do mostly like this. And you can see that the leading lines here work a lot better, sort of thing. So they've done a fairly good job. Maybe the headlight doesn't quite work with the grille. Maybe they squished up the grille a little bit. Well, I don't know. But it does look pretty darn good. They've done a fairly decent job there of making all the leading lines work. What is that? Oh, that's meant to be like a little winglet. All right. Then on the inside, we've got ourselves a Boxer 6. Interesting. Is that a... Okay, it's a twin-turbo Boxer 6. Very interesting. This is meant to be cheap. This is also old automation. So, they had no choice of making a single turbo, at least. We have 2 piston brakes on the front, double wishbone front drive. Then we do have... There's so many things in here, it's hard to tell. Yeah, it looks like we have rear drive. Yep. Going into single piston rear brakes, double wishbone. All right. They probably could have made this a lot cheaper. A little bit of a jiggle going on there. Headlights seem quite high on the body, but I'm a fan of the car. Phil, do you do this every Monday? Yes, except I'm going to try at least on a trial basis for one stream to see how it goes. Starting a day early. But yes, generally. And welcome, the Sunk Rocker. Interesting name there. All-wheel drive looking Swift, huh? No, it's all-wheel drive looking Swift. And this I recognize as the mod for the working gauge, except for the fact that it's like weirdly hovering. I suppose what they did is they just went like the cheap and nasty dash? No. They actually placed everything individually and they still chose the wrong dash for that gauge set. You know what you could have done, actually? You probably could have pushed this down further, so then the gauges would have been inside of here, and the individual parts would have been there. You probably didn't need to actually place it on top. You probably actually could have fitted that in there. You missed out on an opportunity. Instead, you made it float, which is weird. Personally, in my opinion. Also, this is meant to be like a digital gauge, which means it's meant to be probably illuminated. But it looks very flat, and I've always kind of thought that that was a bit weird. So when people started doing this, I was looking at it going, well, that's kind of cool, but I don't get it. Like, what have they done here? But now that I know that it's a mod, just a thing that you can just do, a little less exuberated about it. I don't know what the word is. But yeah, I wanted to make the fastest track car for under 40k. That was actually a theme of a video I made that I scrapped this week because it didn't record properly. Oh, last week, I should say. That's Super Kirsten Call 2. Good morning, fellow humans. Welcome, SynLab. How's it going? Anyway, so I think the front seats are a bit far forward, but then again, I suppose you want rear seating, so you kind of have to fit them in there. How close are we? Yeah, you can see here that the, like... It's ever so slightly just out of clipping into the rear there. They've got to find a better way of doing that, honestly. Because these are, like, way too big for the wheel wells, I think. Oh, there's something wrong. Like, you can fit seats further back. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll make my own seat that is based on this, except, like, it wraps maybe around just a little bit? I don't know. Because I know that on, like, the old Volvos that my parents had, the... edge seats like kind of wrapped around just a little bit, and I think that was for the wheel wells, but the wheels are also very narrow, so not quite like this. Anyway, really cool vehicle, really like it. I don't know why there's roof racks on what's meant to be a track beast, but sure, okay. Also a tow bar? Don't do drugs. Anyway, moving on to the next car. Looking a little bit like a... I mean, it looks very European. A little bit like a Mercedes, a little bit like a Jaguar... A little bit like an Audi, and the body's a little bit like a BMW. Good night, brother. Okay, see you later, Nissan Skyline. Anyway, is this a fixture? Yes, this wheel flare is a fixture. Interesting. Is that my fixture? I don't think so. Anyway, that's really cool. We have 2 4-piston brakes, double wishbone, a twin-turbo V8 quad cam, so very European. What is happening to the manifold here? Has there been some sort of error with the export when it was looking at the UV unwrap? Is that what's happened here? That is very peculiar. I don't think I've ever seen that before until like a little bit earlier. I thought it might have just been a little error, but this one is a lot more pronounced. Anyway, is this old or new automation? That's new automation. Okay. So they chose specifically the twin turbo. Seems that they chose chrome for alloy wheels. 1, that's wrong. Alloy wheels are not chrome. 2, yeah, it exports weirdly with this kind of scratchiness on it. Apparently that's fixed though, so maybe double check on that. It's a Jag. German Klux Force. Yeah, I get it. Hold on. Do we have front drive? Yes, we do. Do we have rear drive? Yes, we do. Oh, no. Multi-link. Single piston brakes on the rear. Wow, this thing must be incredibly front heavy. But let's have a look at the backside. Looking a little bit European crossed with a little bit of Japanese here, but still pretty good. I love the detail on here. There is more than a few things going on here. So, like, we've got an indentation cut in here. We've got a number plate, I mean, kind of fitted in there, but not really correctly. It also feels like it should be up a little bit higher. But then we've got this little bit of trim, which I've been using recently myself as well to, like, give a bit of definition where I want it to be. I think I see other things as well happening here as well. I'm not entirely sure. Got this on here. Got the reverse sensors. Got some lipping happening around the rear diffuser. And then some dual exhaust popping out. So a lot of stuff going on here to give just a very nice, relatively simple back end going on. Is this also... No, that's for interior trimming. Anyway, we do have the wipers and everything. That's pretty good. In the trunk, empty. Anyway, having a look at the rest in here. Cool details. I like it a lot. Looks fairly clean. Doesn't have everything you need. Maybe this is the touchscreen sort of thing that you would have in new things, which you could also use to control radio and stuff. Not sure about like thin bucket seats on a sports car, family car sort of thing. You're gonna scare off a lot of mums with something so rigid and hard. I do like the look of these back seats though. They do look pretty cool. What have we got going on here? So many shapes happening right here. What the hell? And I think they did what I was just talking about, which is to cover up the wheel well coming into the seat area. Very well done. Very nicely covered up. That is a pretty good job. Unfortunately, we have the cloth roof, which has gone shiny. Cool details. They've specifically made sure that the roof isn't... sorry, the sunroof isn't interfered with. Good job. Hey, look at that. The oh my god handles and everything. Nice, nice work. Pretty cool. And, oh, it's automatic. Got 2 pedals as well. Very well done. Lots of attention to detail here. This person would have spent a huge amount of time on this car. Like, you can even see here that this body line that comes down here, that is not a part of the body. That is fixtures. So let me go in and like prove that to you. You can see here, this is actually using cutaway, that this is actually proper fixtures. So they have made a subtle car that you wouldn't pick out of a lineup. You just say, hey, that looks nice. But there is so much work in here and so much attention to detail. Fan-fucking-tastic. Good job. Love it. Welcome, Troy S. Channel. I don't believe I've seen you around here before, so welcome. My interior looks like garbage compared to this. Defroster nice? Yes, I did notice that. I believe it's Italian. Oh, okay then. But yeah, really good job. I can't tell you off the top of my head who made this, but that is really, really high attention to detail work here. I see what they've tried to do here, but I probably would have done that differently, and I probably would have made that work with the entire body line a little bit more than what they've done. So that's about the only thing here that I would actually disagree with. And I wouldn't use a pre-made fixture like this vent that they've used here. Instead, I would probably use cutaways, use patchwork to fill it back in. Then I would put in more patchwork to make it like the one that's at an angle that goes inwards. I would have used that, and then done it that way. Probably wouldn't have done that. And I could have then followed the body lines as close as I could. Still though, pretty freaking sweet. It was Tom who made it? Nice work, Tom. Whichever Tom made it. There's so many Toms. My interior is nothing to brag about either. It's enough to say it has one. Okay, Zinlab. Tom particularly. Okay, I have not so far differentiated between the Toms, so I'm sorry. There was too many Toms and I got confused and my brain just shut down and said, Don't try! You will lose your mind! Okay. Let's go in and see what we've got here. Here we've also got a lot of little details on here. I'm assuming this was probably too soft and too rounded, so they put on their own thing there to sharpen it back up. They've got cool little details around there. Cool little vent in there. That's pretty nice. This is old automation, so it's not new automation. Still looks pretty good. This looks so much like a Ferrari. Really, really good job. To make a car look like a real car, we're not using just like a straight up mod body that looks exactly like it. A lot of work went into that, and I think this is pretty good examples of that sort of stuff. It's one of the Tom. I try to make my car's interior look nice. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I get that. I get that. I've got a fairly generic routine I do for my interiors. They look good. They work. There's just nothing to scoff at with my interiors, is basically what I'm saying. Anyway, pretty good work here. Nice detailing there without going overboard. Pretty cool vent there. Nice little extra vent there. Very Ferrari-esque, even though this isn't exactly a Ferrari. So let's see. Head goes about here. You're cutting off a lot of your gauge stuff here. So you either drop your gauges down a little bit or raise the steering wheel up a little bit. Well, you'll notice a lot on modern cars, and it's really hard to do in automation, so I've not really put much thought into it at the moment, though it is something I'm going to probably look at in the future, is a lot of dashes actually slope massively from the windshield down, and that started in about the 90s and became a really big thing by the late 90s, early 2000s sort of period. So there would be a lot more slope down, so you could still have the steering wheel in the same place, but the dash would come down then. Sorry, I'm burping up a storm here. Ferrari F430 Spider, impressive work. I don't know if the F430 has a vent quite like that, do they? F430 Spider. Yeah, I didn't think so. So it's similar to a Spider, but not quite. The vent there is a little bit different. Why is this picture so resolution? Anyway, then the scoop on the hind is way up there. Also, this comes out at a much sharper angle. I think I'd probably go with something more like the 360. Yeah, so the bottom vent looks a little bit more like the 360 one, as it's going the right way as well. It's also a little bit higher here. And the vent, once again, is still on the top. But I get what you're saying. It does look very Ferrari-esque. Very Ferrari-esque. No, actually, 360 Spider? Yeah, I thought so. Damn, I missed the opportunity to upload mine. Haha, morning. Okay, that's unfortunate, Gixer. Sorry. Also, if you upload it on the day, that is probably going to be too late anyway. Let's go in and have a look at the stuff that we got here. So we've got wide semi-slick tires. One piston, push rod suspension, no front drive, so we only have rear drive on this bad boy. We have a V8, probably, I'm gonna guess, crossplane, very Ferrari-esque looking thing there, and the twin manifold that Ferrari has, except this is, well, that's mirrored. InnoZ. Anyway, is it also 5-valve like Ferrari? We got 2, 4. I believe we only have 4 valves. So I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure from the 90s onwards. Sorry, I'm not adamant, but I'm pretty sure from the 90s onwards they went with a 5-valve setup because that's when they started making 5 valves. The spec right there, dark grey with red interior and gated manual, dream Ferrari. Pretty good, I will agree. I'd probably go for a slightly more robust Ferrari that's less prone to braking, so I can just strat the hell out of it and not have to think about it too much. But I probably just wouldn't own a Ferrari. Too expensive. Too much to go wrong. Been busy with college and playing Stalker. Stalker's a really old game, but for some reason got really popular over the last, like, 5 years. I'm very surprised by that. Anyway, this seems to be a low RPM tuned engine. Though being a Ferrari, I thought it would have been a high tuned RPM engine, but sure, to each their own. Then we have double wishbone, 3 pistons on the rear. Oh my god, that is redonkulous. Also, oh yeah, no, this is old automation. They couldn't make the front tires smaller easily. So I understand that. But if they went with new automation, they would have been able to make the front tires and wheels smaller, because they generally are smaller on Ferraris. And the back end, a work of art in most regards, except for the fact that there's a massive lip around there, which I don't entirely agree with. Still, a lot of this looks really nice. I love the fact that they've got the glass open top there to have a look into the engine. What else we got here? We got the air boxes and everything. Oil thing. That's what that was. Pretty sweet work here. Very well done. A little bit of a round of applause for you on that one. And also for the last one as well. Very well done. One of the Toms. I'm playing an anomaly mod. Basically grabs all the game into one and gives better and more modern looks models. Okay, I had Stalker back in the day when it was fairly new, but then didn't play it very much. It just didn't tickle my fancy. I think I played it for like maybe an hour and then just quit. Anyway, this is a very cool looking French car, and it has that sort of art style to it. Squares of color art. This sort of thing. And this one. When I saw the rear taillights, that's what this reminded me of. That style of art. Anyway. Piet Mondrain. Anyway, weird. So that's what gave me that sort of feeling. I thought that was kind of cool. Part of the reason why I chose it for today's poster car, even though it is a bit... Like, that was on the back end and I took a picture of the front end, I still liked it a lot. My dream Ferrari would be a 550 in blue posi with brown leather interior. Blue and brown do not go together, bro. That's weird. Unless blue posi means something else. I don't know. I've completed 1 Metro game. Cool. Sounds French? Yeah, it sounds French, and this car does look French. So that's why I put the car up with a French thing on, because I'm pretty sure they said this was made by French. Very thick tires, and this is a sports compound. For a French car, that's quite... These brakes are minuscule. Minuscule 2-piston brakes. Why not make them bigger? Honestly, what the hell? Anyway, McPherson struts, we have an east-west V6 wide angle. This is where you would probably be more likely to have a narrow bank angle engine. Hold on. Oh, itchy ear. I think I've got an ear infection. I think I've had it for about 4 days now. I should go see a doctor. Interesting that the indicators are into the inside rather than the outside. Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't notice that. Though I do like the little yellow lights down here, like Le Mans style. That's kind of funny. Anyway, we have single overhead cam. Once again, 4 valves per cylinder. Why are people liking the single overhead cam 4 valves per cylinder so much today? What is going on? Am I being trolled? Did you guys all get together and just say like, hey, let's all like try to scare him or confuse him or whatever? Have you seen the McLaren that Tavares did? It's light blue with brown interior and looks hot as hell. Oh, actually, you know what? Those colors can work. Unfortunately, it's on a McLaren, so it's ugly, but still, that actually, I do remember that one. That didn't look so bad. The front sort of reminds me of an early 2000s Peugeot. It does, actually. Or maybe an early 90s Peugeot. We had a meeting, Rob Beamer. I knew it. No, but that's a good idea. Anyway, so yeah, minuscule, tiny 2-piston brakes. Let's go down to the rear, dual exhaust all the way on semi-trailing arm. 1 piston, such small brakes that they barely even pop out behind the wheel center hub area. That is... These brakes are gonna cook like frick. I'm assuming like after one hard brake, these brakes are just gonna be cooked immediately. What am I looking at here with the rear bumper? Is that multiple... Yeah, there's multiple bumpers going on here. And then it happens again around here with multiple bumpers. Weird. Anyway, still looks pretty good. The only thing that I'm confused about is what you've tried to do here with the thing. Is that multiple, like, hundreds of layers of the same badge? Is that what that is? Because I think it's glitched. Would have liked to have seen you fix that before you send it to me. The other day I saw a Peugeot 406 Coupe, such a sexy car. You know what? Let's have a look. No, that is weird and ugly. It's like they tried to copy the Alfa Romeo, is it... What was that V6 one that they had for the longest time in the 90s? It was just like the V6, was it? I can't remember. Alfa Romeo GTV6? No, not the GTV6, just the V6 then? This one. GTV. It's just called the GTV then. Okay. Yeah, it looked like they're trying to copy this one. But I actually don't really particularly like the look of that car, so I can't really comment too well on it. I love that McLaren so much I bought a hand-drawn limited release drawing of it. Oh, weird taste. Anyway, yes, they are super nice. We had a meeting for the next week. Way to scare you. It's a 4-door coupe shooting brake. Yeah, everything here is a 4-door shooting brake, right? Coupe? Love it. The name is Spanish, though. Okay. I love the 406 Coupe so much. Weird, okay. Anyway. Pretty cool looking car from the outside. Let's have a look at the interior. Once again, no leg room, but they are clipping into the wheel well area. And that is... Okay, so this is kind of not right. The seats are actually touching the wheel. And where your butt would be is actually being... protruded a little bit into the seat area. So this is wrong. Even still, there is no leg room. You can put these front seats actually a lot further forward. So the general rule of thumb that we realized is the way to have it is the bottom of the steering wheel should be kind of just around the front of the front seats. So these seats could be way up here. And then you'd have a lot more rear legroom. Also, this steering wheel seems a little bit too canted back, and that gauge cluster is way too far back. And being a convertible, it's even worse here. So the light comes in at this angle. Oh, wait, no, hold on. The light would be coming from forwards. So it would already be hard to see, and then that would shine right into your eyes. You don't have dashes like that. Dashes usually go in a lot deeper, and will have multiple sort of bits and one screen usually to filter out reflections before it gets to the actual gauge cluster itself. So that I disagree with. I like the fact that the radio is not like horizontally input, like it's vertically input. I'm not sure. Anyway, you get what I mean there. I like that. All of the gauges, dials, switches, all that sort of stuff. That's pretty cool stuff. Trying to remember back to when I drove in Canada last, which is a left-hand drive country. Is that the correct side for the pedals and stuff? Because that is mirrored. Is it meant to be mirrored like that? I'm not sure. If you submitted a car this week, yes, it made it in this week. The Hyundai Matrix. What? Anyway, pretty cool looking car. I am excited to try it out, see how it goes. I know those brakes are going to cook immediately, but still pretty cool. Is this a, Yep, that is a full-on vent. I thought this vent had more of a lip to it. Am I hallucinating? Anyway. I've made more things to have lipless as my mod fixtures that I'm going through and slowly updating everything. And I suppose I just didn't look at that one. Maybe that one doesn't have a lip on it. I don't think it was that good. I know one of your cars is here, I just don't know which one it is. Or is it you talking about this one is yours because it was like on the thumbnail? I don't know, it just looked really cool. I like it. What about the Colt CZZ? I don't know what that is. Yeah, no. With the roof down, I'll actually say that that doesn't look so bad. But I don't actually like the look of the Colt. The Colt looks pretty bad. I have seen this in convertible with the roof up, and I think it is one of the uglier cars that have ever been made. Like, it looks so wrong. I don't think I've ever actually seen a metal folding roof car that doesn't look wrong. Okay, it's redeemed. That looks pretty... that looks pretty funky. I know it's not real, but that still looks pretty funky. Definitely one of the ugliest, but interesting. Anyway, this one, a lot more simplistic than the others, but not a bad design. It works fairly well. Leading lines here aren't really lined up at all, and a bit of a mess on the rear, unfortunately. But let's... We've got fender-mounted mirrors, but I'm not sure if they're in the right place. What do we got? We got left-hand drive. So if our head goes here... Yeah, you can't really see that mirror, and that is a fairly important sort of mirror. I suppose you... Okay, if this is mid-engine, yeah, you've got a pretty big blind spot there, but you can see it's still a lot around there, so I suppose it's not so bad, but that's not a good placement for a mirror. Is this... Yeah, this is see-through. And through it, you can see this, which is the chassis, which is aluminium. Weird choice. Anyway, let's go in. This is new automation, and I think this is a sports compound. We have 3 6-piston brakes, absolutely maxed out on size, I think? Can't tell. There's something weird with the wheels here. I can't... Yeah, I don't know. I think they're maxed out. Anyway, double wishbone, no front drive. Coming out to the rear, we have... I saw an intercooler. Yes, big turbo. That looks to be a V8 twin turbo with quad cam, 5 hours per cylinder. This is a very expensive car. That is a very expensive engine. Going into double wishbone. 6-piston brakes again on the rear, except not maxed out this time. Interesting. Very, very interesting sort of car. But, oh. They've tried to do stuff with the interior, but I'm very confused as to what I'm looking at. Is that a sword handle? I think this is like a, Yep. They've tried to use a sword as a, an anime sword, an anime katana, as a handbrake, I think. Very weird choice. Probably not the choice I would have gone with. Also, I'm noticing we got 3 pedals but no shifter. Huh? What? Hey, Twin Turbos, how's it going? You're popping in to say hi? Welcome, bruv. The lighting on the wheel was very funky, so I had to paint them matte grey. Oh, okay, let's have a look at your wheels then. What have we got in here? It didn't come out matte, unfortunately, bro. Sorry to tell you, but that's not matte. Nah. That is not matte. Now we just need bourbon and scotch, and we all have a little whiskey. What? What are we talking about, broken as? Are you drunk already? It's so early in the day. It's only 1:51 a.m. A sword is a horrible handbrake? Yeah, it sounds like a bad idea. Also, the fact that it goes through to the ground, what I'm assuming is like an old school handbrake from back before like cars had brakes. So, more like a horse and carriage sort of thing, where like you'd pull on a lever and it would just like rub on the ground sort of thing. That's what we got here, except it's a sword, so it's just gonna kind of like slice the ground more than anything else, and being a sword, they're not the hardest material in the world, so they're probably going to wear out and probably just snap. A wild rye has appeared? Yes, they have. Talking about weird cars, I like the Citroen Saxo Picasso. Sorry, not Saxo. Anyway, let's have a look at that. I think I've heard of the Picasso, and I thought I hated it. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Guys, there is a new podcast out on the podcast channel that me, Twin Turbos, and Shiny Odd are doing. So you guys should probably check that out. Frick, what do we call it now? Games and Cars. Podcast. Nope. Channel. I can't find it. Cars and Games? Is that the one? It's not loading it for some... Yeah, here you go. There is a new one in here if anybody wants to check it out. Anyway. Unsheath the handbrake. Three pedals suggest a manual. So, no pedal shifters. He just forgot the shifter. Sequential has 3 pedals, and you can have that with pedal shifters. So it could be that. But sequentials are very expensive and very rare. Also, I'm not... Oh, okay, so we do have paddle shifters here. If it's not a sequential, points down. Wow, the gauges are actually easier to see when I'm like this. Yeah, I don't know what they tried to do there with the dash, but sure. Questionable. If you're not wearing a seatbelt, this looks like a guillotine. So it's like gonna slice you right down the, like, through, slice you through the midriff. Very weird choice that they've made here. Take a look at the Citroen. Oh yeah, did I have a look at that? I'm not sure. I just know that Citroens make generally ugly cars. Oh, it's just an MPV. MPVs are not popular in Australia. They're very rare, and that car is quite... like, it's only tipping on ugly, but its proportions are so incredibly wrong that it's very unaesthetically pleasing. I feel that's a culture thing. If they were actually being truthful in the Grand Tour about their episode they recently did on the French, where they actually don't like cars and they try to like play down their car culture, maybe having ugly cars is actually a good thing in France. But to the rest of us, that's ugly as sin. Just like Saab once forgot the clutch pedal? What? I'm confused. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. We do have a glass roof on that as well. I thought I would just point that out. Interesting. What is... oh, okay, that's just a seam line that they didn't get rid of. Anyway, now we have the Holden look-alike knockoff sort of thing. I thought this one was pretty cool, especially with the fact that they got a knockoff name as well. I go for a bit. Have fun, bud. Alright, catch you later, Rye. See you later. Oh yeah, we also have to get together and do that F1 video. I've got those mods burning a hole in my pocket. Kinda want to use them. Might have to use it next weekend though, because I think I've got both of my videos already lined up this week. The Saab C Sonic, alright? Let's have a look. All Saabs look the same though. I don't think I've ever seen a Saab that doesn't look, like, at least up until the 2000s. Yeah, they all look exactly the same. I mean, it doesn't look bad. They all just look the same. They kind of took a leaf out of Porsche's book, which is, eh, it worked last time, so let's do it again. Like, they all look basically the same. It's very weird how they've managed to, like, not very far in their design language. Synlab, you're not ugly? I didn't say you were. You might be, I don't know. The front on that one is really nice. This one, it is pretty good. I believe the two-door version of this was called the Monaro. But this is based on the Kingswood. They've called it the Wingsgood. I think I tried to make a Kingswood clone as well a while ago. Ah, yeah, I tried to do it for Ute, that's right. I like that they've also got like the hood bulge all the way down there. Very nice work. They've tried to make that work. What is this fixture? That is weird. I don't think I know what this fixture is. Oh, you know what it is? I think that's a scoop. Ah, that's the that's the Subaru scoop. Just turned around. Tricky work. I see what you've done there. Very well. Oh, sneaky. I was fully tricked on that one. Couldn't tell what it was. The car is called the clutch manual is a problem. Okay. Ugly as sin. Ha! Okay, well maybe you are ugly then. Cool front lip area though. I don't know if it would have really looked like that. Feel it would have been a little bit more flaky, but sure. Nice radiator. What is that? Is that meant to be one of those like universal? Yeah. The universal radiator pipes, except for the fact that they didn't have all of the shapes that they wanted, so they've gone ahead and put a whole bunch of like single individual parts. Weird choice, okay, but at least they've done something. That's pretty cool. We have a V8. Oh yeah, that's right. The lore on this was the fact that it was repaired using like a whole bunch of cheap parts. So yeah, I'm also noticing that the engine block is so shiny. I can see the other cars in it. So there we go. Now it's still shiny, but less shiny. Interesting. Is this is new automation, okay. Single piston discs on the front with double wishbone, no front drive. Good, so they got that right. Coming down to the rear through a ladder chassis with a chassis so pinched being narrow that the ladder is clipping into itself. Interesting. Into multi-link independent rear suspension. This is not Australian at all. This thing needs a solid rear axle up until the 90s. And then, is that drum brakes on the rear? Probably should be drum brakes, right? Yep, drum brakes on the rear. Very peculiar choices have been made here. Don't know why, but they thought that would be appropriate? I don't know, bro. Talking about strange cars, what about the Peugeot 1007? I actually like the Peugeot 1007. That's probably one of the few French cars I personally would own. Now, I know that it's got problems, but I like it because of that whole, like, sliding rear door sort of thing. I hate being fat and trying to get out of a car in a car park. It's a problem. So I think that would be fantastic for me. How's the multi-engine coming along? I was never able to get it to work. I think I know what I had to do, but I was so exhausted by the process by that point, I just went, screw it, and I just haven't picked it back up again. To make sure that the engines also aren't connected, unlike that other twin electric motor. Nice subtle two-tone blue. Is it really two-tone? No. I'm pretty sure that's single tone. I also like the 1007. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's have a look at the interior. Good, correct side drive finally. Is that clipping through? Yeah, all right. I see what they've tried to do here. I wonder if... Suspiciously, everything here looks like it might be usable individually. Also, these are not the sort of indicator stalks you would get back in the day. They would probably just be like, just sticks basically, poking out. Cool wood dash, really cool looking stuff here. Not sure what that is. Maybe that's meant to be a vent, not sure. Old school clock, automatic, really cool stuff. I feel though that the dash would not be so pinched up. I feel like that would still come out a lot more. Hold on, let's have a look at Kingswood dash. No, Kingswood interior. No, it actually does go quite a ways and leave the front passengers. Wow. I didn't realize how much that goes away. And they've got like the divide here. I mean, it's not exactly 100% right, but that's pretty darn close. Like they've got that sort of general idea. That is interesting. I have been in a few Kingswood, but it has been probably a good 15 years since I have been in one, so I do not remember most of this at all. I can't remember who it was that I knew that had one. Anyway, really cool stuff in here. I feel as if... Could the front seats go further forward? They probably could. Give the rear seats a little bit more room. Speakers on the back parcel shelf with painted, probably metal there. Interesting. I feel like the seats could have probably been rotated a little bit and shoved back a little bit, but are they clipping into where the tire is? Yeah, I think that's what's happening. All right. I really got to like do a deep dive into how to properly do seats to not clip like that. Is that old animation or new? By the looks of the tires, it's new. It looks like two different blue colors on this. Could be different reflections, I guess. Yeah, it is probably different reflections, but I think that is the same blue. Yeah. Anyway. Good attention to detail. There is a lot of attention to detail on here. Pretty well done. Except for there is like a weird crease line, which I'm hating. But not the worst thing in the world. Nice. They've even got like the little ventilation thingies, which I've been putting on my cars recently. Windshield wipers and all that sort of stuff. So, very well done. No windshield wipers on this one, so that car gets an F because of that. And that's the reason why that one's getting an F. I'm joking. Now, let's go try out the first one, which would be the big V10 truck. Okay, so this one is by Cheeky. 2008, my second car I've created. They didn't really tell me much else about it. So let's just take it to automation test track to see how this thing handles. I'm assuming it's going to handle like garbage because that engine is way too far forward and front wheel drive with massive amounts of camber. The crease line is where the hood bonnet meets the bumper though. No, I mean like it kind of like stoops a little bit. Not the crease line, the stooping. The stooping looks weird. The crease line was fantastic. I like that part. Let's go ahead and try out the whatever this thing is called. The President Sport. What a weird name. Do we have volume on this? Have I turned that down? Ah, yes. Audio volume is down. All right. ESC, you can go stuff yourself. It did not want to change out of first at all that entire way. Oh, hell. Also, how fast were we going in first gear? Nearly 140 kilometers an hour in first gear. That first gear is way too long. And it is... with the clutch, there is just not enough grip for this car. The turn is not very good in this car. The change in direction, that is, a little too wallowy. I know it's meant to be like an Escalade, but my god, this is too loud for what it's meant to be. Which is like a woman's car generally, and a mother's car at that, where like, this is the sort of car where they come out the front of their house and complain to passers-by about how loud their car is. Brakes are not good. How heavy is this? It is less than 1,300 kilos, so that's actually quite light. That's what, 26, about probably 2,800 pounds. Very light car for what it is. This is just poor excuse for a car. I'm sorry, Cheeky. You need to go back to the drawing board. Fix the brakes. Spend a little bit more time on design. Make sure that your tires are appropriately positioned and sized. So what actually tires do we have on here? That is a sports compound, but they're not very wide for the power. So the wheel spin is just off the chains. Now I know that this thing is meant to have ESC on, so let's do a little bit of driving with sports ESC. Sounds like an air raid siren? A little bit, yes. Also, your gearing is way too long. If you need to lengthen out your gearing like that, you've done something wrong. And maybe it's the fact that you've made a front-wheel drive car as to part of the reason, and it understeers like crazy at high speeds. The turn-in was... yeah, not great. Yeah, it was a carbon fiber chassis, you are right. And brakes are cooked already. On a car with a carbon fiber chassis. It's because your brakes are also like really small. Alright. Your wheels and tires are too small. Alright, car score out of 10. I don't like a lot of your design choices, so that's already going to hurt it. And then there's so many mistakes made with the design choice. So I'm just going to give it a simple fill score. Even as a beginner, this is only going to be somewhere around a 6 out of 10 for a beginner score. You've just done weird things, like the weird flaccid penis coming down the windshield sort of event thing that you have. I'm not a big fan. How does it handle so bad then? It is very weird. This thing is louder than Phil, yeah. Headlights are bigger and brighter than my future. Anyway, let's go on to the next car. The next one is, the little Japanese key car, even though it's the wrong side drive. Let's actually take this to... you know what, no, we'll drive this around her a little bit for a bit of a shakedown. I feel the gearing is too long. For such a low power engine, I thought that the gearing probably would have maxed out at about like 35 to 40 kilometers an hour in first gear. I like the mid-corner speed. The turn-in is a little bit dull, but then again, this is a 90s car, so that's to be expected. And then the like mid-corner lift-off oversteer is very controllable and quite nice, actually. Maybe it's a little bit too oversteery for like soccer mums and stuff. They'd be like, oh, all these kids hooning around in their little buzz boxes, they should buy American. Whatever. Welcome, Scorpio Gaming, even though you've retracted your messages. I'd like a full fill score if you have time. Elias, you'll have to remind me which one is yours, or I suppose I'll actually see it when I see it. So, this is yours. Okay. So I don't actually know about the price. Is that the price in modern day, or is that the price you've done conversions for the actual price it would have cost in the 90s? Because that is a very low price. Interior view and custom sounds? Decent. Yeah, I do actually hear that. That is custom sounds. Okay, I get that. No steering wheel movement though. Oh, fail. No, I'm joking. It already fails as a K car. It doesn't have yellow Japanese license plate. This is left-hand drive, so it's like an American market. I don't know, maybe a European market car. There wasn't any? Yes, there is. The 90s, the price is in the 90s. Ah, okay then. Then I have no idea about the price, and you're going to get docked 10 points. Because of that. Tried to be very clear about that in the past. But still, the rest of it is pretty darn cool. I like it. Let's take it to the Japanese map, though. I feel, though, that the gearing should be a lot shorter. Hirochi Raceway. Take it out of the pit lane. Why is this so weird and laggy and slow today? Did they do something to BeamNG last night or something? I'm excited. This is a cool car. For that price, I would really like it. Okay. Anytime now. Why is BeamNG so slow? You know what? Can we look up? I think it's the Honda Beat, right? Honda Beat. Yeah, okay. So Honda Beat gear ratio. Will it tell me the speeds in the gears? There's a lot of information here. Final drive ratio, top gear ratio. Hey, number of gears, 5, manual, but it doesn't tell me what speeds they'll do on the thing. So let's keep looking through, see if we can't find speeds in gears. First gear ratio. Unfortunately, they don't have speeds related to that. No. BeamNG runs terrible after those updates. The car is not a KEI car, not KEY at all. As far as I could see, my car should match the B gear ratios quite close. I don't know though. And it also has to be the right tire sizes. Driving range. Okay, let's see if we can't find acceleration. No. Power to weight ratios. Gear ratios. Detailed specs. Oops. Ratios. Compression ratio, power to weight ratios. Gear ratio. Okay, here we go. So, first gear should do 73 kilometers an hour. Wow, that is a very long first gear. But then they become very short. The next one only goes to 100, then 134, then 167. Wow, that is... Wait, hold on. I can't actually tell. This is way too far spaced apart. Okay, first gear should do 46. So I think you're actually right. That was about 46. Let's go to manual control. Nope, you're over by... What's that? 14 kilometers an hour. So, unfortunately, automation kind of sucks when it comes to actually getting the speeds which they actually were getting out of those gear ratios. I found that out specifically when I was trying to make my Lotus 7, the newest version with the 3-speed. I could never get it to the speeds it was meant to do. Either way, you did a pretty good job. If you had matched the speeds instead of the ratios, it probably would have been a little bit better. I think having this thing top out at 47 kilometers an hour in first gear would have been a whole lot better. But still, pretty darn good. I do like it. Nice. Does this thing have ABS? I'm going to try to push the brakes a lot. Yep, it does. But it's so light, it just turns. It's rather nice, and it's like so light and so low powered that it doesn't need aero at this sort of weight ratios. Oh, it is a Japanese license plate though, but it's not a K-car license. Okay. Big fail. Why is it a Japanese license plate, but not right-hand drive? Ooh. Big fail, bro. Big fail. Ah! Whoa. Okay, so saving the oversteer is something which is going to take a lot of effort. But yeah, I do like it. There are a few things I would do a little bit different. I'm just going to point out one little thing, and let's see if we can find it in the actual Honda Beat. Oopsie daisies. Honda Beat. Rear. Oh, wait, no. No. The Honda Beat does have a little bit. So you can see here that the Honda Beat has a little bit of a lip there to define the section between the rear trunk space and the back end of the car. But here you've got nothing. Not even a spoiler, which is unfortunate, but like anything along here I think would have done a really good job. If this is actually... Oh, this is actually a really close replica of the Honda Beat. I thought it was just like uncannily close. I didn't realize that it was actually meant to be a copy of it. Pretty good job then. I do like it. I generally like the driving of it. It is a really quite fun car. If you guys hop on to the Reddit, you'll actually be able to find this car and give it a drive yourself. Are we done with music? Nope, just a really quiet song. yeah, hop onto the red. Give this one a try. If you like low-powered cars that you can chuck around quite hard, this is pretty good. I like it. It at least seems like the correct size plate. It does, yeah, I agree. It's also got Japanese on it. Oh yeah, I should have done that. Anyway, apart from that, a pretty good job. You want a full fill score on this, though? I mean, you just look at the scores that they got for the car in real life. And if you, I suppose, if you want to fill a full score, we can do that. Styling. The Honda Beat, I've never liked quite as much as the Suzuki Cappuccino, but still, I mean, it looks pretty darn good. I'm not sure about what's going on here. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't like this lip fixture because it does give that extra lip on the lip, which is weird, and then it's also like, it angles back weird. It's not the lip I would have chosen. Let's actually have a look at the Honda Beat and get rid of rear. Oops. Yeah, so it's got a little bit of a thing there, but it's much more rounded than the one you chose. Still pretty good. I don't know about it being a 2+2 though. Was the Honda Beat a 2+2? Not by the looks of it. Yeah, no. There is no rear seats in the Honda Beat, and I think you've now figured out why, because nobody is fitting in that space. Anyway. Fairly good. I do think that it was actually missing something there. That's why I thought maybe the Honda Beat would have something. Aside from that, pretty nice. So we're going to give that one. I mean, it's no supercar. It's just a fun-looking car. A lot of people aren't going to like it, but I do kind of like it. So we're going to give it, for its type of car, about a 7 out of 10. The acceleration, it's quite slow. The gear ratios could be doing with a little bit a shorter gear. Wait, why is there an 8 here? Shorter gear ratios and more power. You haven't quite reached the gentleman's agreement of power limit. So I'm probably going to give that like a 4. The acceleration is quite slow, actually, a 3. Handling, pretty darn good. It's not a supercar level. You probably won't go like 300 around a corner, probably mostly because you won't actually reach 300. So we'll give that like a 7. Fun factor, 10. It is very fun. Cool factor, a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people will hate this thing, but a lot of people will think that's pretty cool because of its size mostly and not actually know the rest of it. So I'm going to give it like an 8. The trackability. Unfortunately, it is way too slow to be like a trackable sort of car, so we're going to give it a 6. You can throw it around on a small track, but there's not many track days for small tracks that aren't go-kart tracks. Not a bad K-car, actually, ignoring the wrong steering side. I agree. And the wrong plate. Oh, it's on the Beam repository. Oh, okay, sweet. My favorite looking weirdo K-car is the Mazda AutoZam. I do like the AutoZam, yes. So, features. Comparing this to a modern day car, I'm assuming it's not going to do particularly good. As a CD player and a tape deck. And AC. Well, at least fans, maybe. I don't know about AC. So 2 out of 10 compared to modern cars. Comfort! The back seats are really going to hurt the comfort score. Probably shouldn't have had them and it probably would have gotten a higher comfort score. The front seats look fairly good, but being a very small car, you do give up a little bit of comfort, especially like the comfort and safety when you drive past like an extra big truck or something like that. So you're going to feel a little bit uncomfortable at some point. So we're going to give that like a 6. Being a 90s car as well, I'm probably not the most comfortable. Quality. It is a very cheap Japanese car from the 90s, so the quality is not going to be particularly high, but the build quality is going to be good. So you're going to be quite torn there. It's probably going to be somewhere around a 7. It's going to be very cheap plastics, though. It did have a windshield wiper? This car? Okay. What? Sure. You asked for a fill score, which is a practical breakdown of the car, not a simplistic fill score, which is how I feel about the car, and I don't give both, unless I absolutely love the car, which I've not seen yet. Practicality. 2, maybe 3. The front is mostly taken up by tire, right? Yeah, so there's no front space. There is rear boot space, but it is very small, and on a very small car, it's not very practical. You can't go on, like, really long interstate drives most of the time, because the gearing is just not really set up for it. Parking will be good. but it's just not great. So we're going to go with a 3 on that. Good for parking. Got 2 seats. Well done. And the trunk is to sneeze at. Value. It was very cheap, but I don't know what it was. So we're going to give that a 0 because I don't know what the value price was. The ongoing costs for a car like this, probably actually pretty good. They're very cheap. It's probably a low production run 3-cylinder for that sort of time period. And not many cars probably would have used it as well. So it's not like they're normal bigger cars. J-Beam editing. You said you put in custom sounds and a custom driving position. Very surface level sort of stuff. I've got tutorials on both. But still, it is a good starting point. So you've done a pretty good job there. We'll give you like a 3 on that. Would I buy it? Yes. Je ne sais quoi. I think we're gonna give no on that. To take away from also the fact that you didn't put a price on it. And realism. That gives a good old 9. It's so close. You know what? Actually, nah, screw it. I will give it a 10. Except for, like, there were just a few little issues, but I don't care, actually. It's fine. So a score of 87. G'day, Flamesy. How's it going? Unless you are in a semi, then you would survive getting T-boned an F450. What? Unless if you're in a semi, then you would survive. I'm so confused. Yeah, true. You might actually survive in a beat. Probably not. Because it's tall enough to drive over. Yeah, no. The safety of it, like, would make you feel very butt clenchy every time you drive next to, or like in between 2 trucks. I've done that in small cars. I think I did that in my MGF that I owned previously. That was very butt clenchy. 87. Well, thank you a lot. I'll probably fix the issues, then update the Beam repository. Cool. Scoring of 77 is pretty decent. I took away scores for that, so we're just going to call that even and call that 87. Anyway, moving on to the next car. Why did my voice just break? What happened? Next car is... the Weirdo-mobile. Let's take this over to maybe... Russian area. Industrial site. Rally course? Oh, okay. Container land. It'd be like sitting next to a lorry in a classic Mini. Kind of, except probably worse because it's convertible, so you can truly feel it. Like everything is like buffeting the sound, the air into your ear. It's very weird. Welcome, Octane. I'm pretty sure that's meant to be your name. Not gonna lie, would probably buy that thing. I think I would too. Welcome, Space Warrior, as well. Wondering how I am? Apparently, thirsty. Because I've just had 2 big swigs of water, and I'm still thirsty. Hey, we're Vixen. Welcome. How's it going? Okay. Will there still be more of these in the coming weeks, or is this the last review stream, Phil? This is not the last review stream, but they are probably numbered in their days remaining, because it seems that these are becoming a little less, like they're not drawing as much interest as they once did. So I might look into diversifying a little bit, maybe turning these back into a challenge type thing. And I actually already have a challenge type thing, and I kind of want to run the challenge where we still go live, and the people that partook in the challenge had a week to do it, and then we'll be on stream with their cars. And that might be the next evolution of this. It does that. Scary loading crunch? Yeah, it happens sometimes. Though the new, like, thing, the tick button for, make things, forced to be unbreakable, that now works for me all the time. So I'll be doing a video on that sometime this week. Can we get over this without, switching over to lockers? Nope. Okay. bugger. All right, let's turn on lockers. Probably don't need low range because it's automatic. And we are high-centered. Great. Hey, look at that. It's the new drag thing, which I think is a stupid mistake. But there'll be videos on that. You could maybe do 1 a month? Probably not. As I'm off to school with COVID, I'll probably try to make a car... Oh, off of school, I think you mean. Sorry, yeah, sorry. I meant to read. I'm trying to make a car for next week. Cool, okay. I sure hope the coming challenge is compact race cars. Probably not. Okay, so... Now Russian, but ex-Soviet Ukrainian car. Oh, SUV, sorry. Interesting. A little bit bouncy, but at least it seems capable off-road. The turn-in is very dull. Mid-corner speed, not great at all. Even at low speed like this. Okay. Let's go to low range. Oh, you know what it is? It's not to do with low range, it's to do with the fact that BeamNG doesn't know how to control a gearbox. Oh, it struggled to make it up there without... Oh, nearly nosedived without... Oh my god, why does the thing want to nosedive so much? Alright, this thing's safety rating is probably really bad. Interchanging streams could be fun. Modern muscle... could be a pretty cool challenge. I have more complicated challenges in mind. God damn it. You know what, let's just take this to automation test track. Now that we know that off-road, it works fairly decent. So automation test track, we're going to see how this thing handles. Why is BeamNG's interface so laggy today? I know it normally is laggy, but now it's a lot more laggy than normal. We'll see about the once a month, maybe. But it has been dying a lot in popularity. I forgot I tested this with manual gearbox control. Fair enough. BeamNG's just not very good at controlling things. So let's see how this thing handles in high-stress environments. Let's... You know, no, we'll leave ESC on at first. Okay, so it's not prone to rolling by the looks of it. It's just prone to, like, going end over end, maybe if it hits a sudden stop or goes downhill and runs into something. It seems pretty good with rollover protection. That ESC is horrible, though. Let's leave it on sport for a little while. Yep, no, ESC also sucks. Oh, sorry, sports ESC also sucks. So... Not bad, not bad. Fairly slow, but it is very cheap, right? I think it's very cheap. Oh, it does not like to participate in driving vigorously. Could do like a specific subset showcase stream maybe, although that would definitely limit people in terms of creativity. What it's going to be like is a little bit like a morph between a build challenge and a build and race is actually what it's going to be. And that's also part of the reason why I want to take this back a day, and it might even come back a couple of hours as well in its start time. Let's see how it does at high speed. Pretty good, actually. Yeah, this thing is very resistant to rollover, which is surprising. I really thought this thing would have been horrible at rollover. Thing costs about the same as a basic Honda Accord. Okay, let's have a look at the price for this car. Broken Ursa, $23,000. That is a very cheap price. Broken Ursa, do you want a full fill score? Because you know that a simple fill score is... Did that just cock a wheel? almost. It almost cocks a wheel. It wants to cock a wheel. Also, what engine did this thing have again? It seems naturally aspirated, so that makes sense because it is fairly cheap. What do we have? Very shiny interior. That's right, it was the V6 full valves per cylinder, so not a very realistic sort of engine, I don't think, for this price range. Yes doesn't help, Broken Ursa. That is a word, not a response. I was expecting it to flip, but it's really stable. It is very stable. I was expecting this thing to be very roll happy because it's very tall, but then again, it is also very wide. Let's try doing the shortcut and see how it does with that. Oh, it doesn't have the speed. It wouldn't have cleared the barrier when doing the time thing. Snorkel also works. Oh, okay then. I like putting snorkels on my cars. Nice. Your offset on your front wheels, I don't agree with that. That's big points off. Yes, full fill score? Okay then. Alright. So, styling for an SUV. I don't like SUVs at all. I think they're just superfluous. But this is not a bad style, I will admit. Yeah, alright. Let's go ahead and give that styling somewhere around like an 8. It is pretty good for an SUV. Acceleration. It's not slow, but it's also not fast. So we're going to go 6 on that. It feels very cumbersome every time I'm doing anything in that. Handling. Not great, so that's going to get a 4. Fun factor. So fun factor on roads, not very good. Fun factor on off-roading, you're probably going to have a lot more fun, but you don't use off-road all the time. Unlike driving between traffic lights and darting around corners and stuff you can use in everyday life. Cool factor. I mean, it's an SUV, and it's cheap. They're not usually like a big wow factor, so we're going to go with 6 on that. Trackability, and also the fact that it'll be a very common sort of car for that sort of price range. Even though the price is unrealistic, because these these tires would probably cost about $1,000 each, probably, I don't know. Trackability. Not good for on bitumen track or off bitumen track, so I'm going to give this one probably like a 2. It's not very good. Features. Let's go have a look at the interior. So we do have extra spotties on top. That is a feature. Actually, you know what? It looks like what you'd expect. You've got a phone holder, which I'm assuming that's what that is, and then a very basic sort of thing here. So it's got like your range selectors, diff locks, all that sort of stuff. So features are going to be somewhere in the vicinity of like 4. Not particularly high, but it is also incredibly cheap. So we'll leave that at that. Comfort. It is very wallowy, so that's going to be a little bit of a hurt on the comfort. That's going to be like way too much body roll for comfort. Are those? Yeah, these front seats seem a little bit too far forward. I think that's because of the tire well again, but sure, whatever. But the way it's done, the comfort in the rear seat's not great. The front seats are about the right position though. So comfort's not going to be great because it is apparently more compact than what I would have expected. You buy the car in 14-inch steelies with eco tires, obviously. Do you? Most of the car features are controlled from your phone, which is why I added a dock. Okay, pretty cool. I think that's actually pretty decent then. Comfort, as I was saying. They are comfortable seats, but it won't be the most comfortable experience because it is very cheap. So go with like a 6 on that. Comfortable for the front passenger, for the front people, and they're okay, but it's going to be very wallowy as you saw, and the rear seats are only for like minuscule children with growth defects in their legs. No, I'm mentioning about the steelies. I don't know. That's not what I read in the thing, but then again, I didn't really read it either. What's happening to this collision mesh? Weird. It's causing it to jitter. That's irritating. I hate that. Let's pause the game. Quality. Very cheap car. So it's also probably going to be very chintzy sort of plastic. That does look like plastic, so that's probably correct. The seats are made out of like the shiniest vinyl plastic in the world. I know you didn't mean that, but that's probably how they got the price so low. So quality is going to be quite low. Being German, the reliability part of the quality is also going to be quite low. And so that's going to get somewhere around a 5. Practicality, on the other hand, it's a big SUV. not very good for the back seats, lots of carry room, so it's going to be decent. The parking practicality side of it, though, is going to be abysmal. Parking this thing is going to be a pain in the butt. Do we actually have a car park? We do, don't we? Here we go. Oh. How does this thing fit into car parks? Yeah, this thing barely fits into car parks. So practicality is going to be hurt there quite a bit. Quality is what you'd expect from an Eastern European car with a German chassis. Is it a German engine? Because then the quality would go down even more. Like, the only quality thing about German cars is how they feel. The actual build quality is quite low. Practicality. 6? Again? Not a particularly good score. It is a very cheap car and probably rushed out the door. Value. I feel that the value is pretty bad because those rear seats are borderline unusable. But the rest of it, pretty decent. Getting an off-road car for like $23,000, that's pretty good. So we're going to go with a 6 on that. Ongoing costs? Depends. If it is a German thing, then it's going to get a terrible score. But if it is an Eastern European block sort of car, it's going to be a lot cheaper. So for now, we'll just go a 6 on that. Oh, wait, hold on. It's got solid axles, so it's going to be even more robust. So let's go a 7 on that. J-beam editing. I don't think you did any of that, did you? Did I? No, I didn't take any notes on that. Would I buy it? No. Je ne sais quoi. That it actually looks pretty fun, sort of like a thing that I don't think really is related in the scores here. Realism. It's not realistic. I don't think, pretty much in any sort of way. Like, it's a very big car. How much does it weigh? It weighs 1,800 kilos. 1,800 kilos for a car that cheap? Not likely to happen. $2,300 for a car that that heavy. Oh, my brain's not working. But then to also not have a big enough car to be able to fit in rear passengers like that, not great. Ukrainian engine, which is probably worse. So the quality would be about the same. Because at least it's not German where it's overcomplicated and you have to like tear down the entire engine to change like one oil filter on a turbo that was just poorly designed and they never bothered to do anything about. The realism score, I just don't think it's very realistic. So we're going to go a 4 on that one. And that gives you a total score on 74. Off topic, you know, poor Ukraine. Yes, we're not really going to touch on that situation because this is not a sensitive enough sort of stream to really approach that. What is this music? You know what? Let's go ahead and change out the genre. Let's go alternative and punk. Let's see how that goes. Ninth Symphony is alternative and punk? Wait, what? Oh, the filter didn't actually go through. What the hell? There we go. Now it's in. And that's quite loud. How's that for you guys? That is a bit low, but I think it's going to get louder. Who dinged me? I'll take 74. This thing is designed to be fun, trashy anyway. Okay, fair enough. Fun, trashy, good. I would have given it much better scores in a bunch of the categories, and I would have liked it a lot more if you had have somehow made those rear seats actually work. Currently, those seats are garbage and not really worth the effort to have them even in there, really, honestly. Also, being an SUV of this sort of country, being in the European sort of area, it probably would have had 2 extra fold-out seats in the back. I would have loved to have seen that. Ah! Yeah, I'm not seeing... not seeing anything in here for rear seats. Did you remove the chassis? I think you did. Yeah, alright, interesting. That would have taken a lot of effort. Well done on that. Let's go ahead and look at the next car. Ah, there we go. Helios Abaris. Alright. Night Symphony was a part of the soundtrack for A Clockwork Orange, Pretty Punk. It was in a few other ones as well that were Pretty Punk. But yeah, not what we meant. This sounds pretty loud. And I think this is also during the broken audio time. Yep. There we go. Hopefully that'll fix it. There we go. Still too loud. God damn. This thing is loud. Have to go, but I want full score when my car I hear. Good English do, yes, speak, Crispy Shaman. Alright, will do. Catch you later. My god, it's loud. It is very loud. Oh, alright. ESC is pulling us in line. And the ESC is not actually over-interfering, which is pretty cool. I wonder if this is their new update of automation. Let's go Control W. It is the new version of automation. So the new version of automation exporter actually has an ESC which doesn't interfere very much. So I might be doing a bit of a review on that once I learn how it works now. Okay. What I think actually happened is they just stuffed it up and it's like less interfering. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, is this the perspective of a phone trying to pick up an engine sound, but it's having troubles doing so? No, sometimes just engine sounds export incorrectly. Even in automation themselves, they create it incorrectly. You can hear it. I get audio glitches on Beam without mods reinstalling it 2 times now. Sometimes in automation itself, it'll just not create properly. You can hear it when you do the engine revvy thing. Also, I'm seeing Australian number plates. Is this... Yeah, this is wrong side drive for Australian number plate. Oh dear. Big fail. That means this car gets zeros all round. Who actually made this car? What is it? Control E. This is... the Helios Abaris. Let's go ahead and clear this out. Okay. The Helios Abaris by Childish Sin, who is in the chat. I think. Well, wait, no, that's SynLab. This thing is a lot louder than I recall it being. Oh, so this is your car. Have I got a booger hanging from my nose? I rubbed my nose and then suddenly it was all wet. Give me a second. Alright, that was a weird experience. Anyway, an American brand hypercar running a Lamborghini NA V12 producing 755 horsepower for a fraction of the cost. This is $156,000. Okay, so it is fairly cheap. By the way, how many cars are left for the stream? I think we're not even halfway, are we? We've done 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're not even halfway. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. No technical issues? Yeah, love it. Probably about 4. Yes, I'm Childish Sin on Discord, SynLab on YouTube. Okay, fair enough. Let's see how this thing does at high-speed cornering. 260. Understeer. Oh, we were going 240 and it was still understeering. That is bad news. Oh, very bad news. Give me a second. Let's try rewinding this. And try to tuning cars, so handled well on beams, so I'm not surprised it has issues. Phil dead? No. I was going to blow my nose even harder. With better tissues, didn't work. How much downforce does it have? I don't know. Doesn't look like it has much at all because our front is not really getting much heavier. Actually, it looks like it's getting lighter on the front. Yeah, no, it shouldn't be understeering that much. That is unfortunate. The man, the myth, the legend has returned. Yep. That's gonna hurt your score a lot. Welcome, Ryuko. How's it going? I do like this car for its looks. Unfortunately, you didn't get the audio right. And, which is really hard to do, but it is possible if you fiddle with things. It'll eventually fix itself in automation. The other thing is the rear end, the leading lines don't work. The brakes are horrifically bad. Let's go ahead and turn that AC off and see how it handles without it. Is this all-wheel drive? I can't remember. Yes, it is all-wheel drive. Okay. 755 horsepower. You could probably... realistically, no, we're understeering on Popsicle, which is not common. Understeering on Popsicle is not... Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know how to tell you that. But, you shouldn't be understeering on Popsicle. The variant Ben, sure, understeer all you want. But as a supercar? Ah! It's budget for a reason. I'm being a bit harsh of a dick now, but yeah, you get it. I really like the roof. The roof is pretty cool. God damn it. When the all-wheel drive is a cop-out. No, I mean, all-wheel drive for this sort of power is also quite common. It's just you could have tried putting it through the rear wheels. If you're going for expensive, then all-wheel drive, yes. You're trying to say that this is a cheap version of a Lamborghini. You're probably going to go with rear-wheel drive, especially if it's American. Americans aren't, like, huge fans, by the looks of it, of all-wheel drive. Oh, that was fun. Okay, so here's a weird thing. Popsicle had understeered. Adam's Apex, it actually did a lot better. And usually Adam's Apex is the one that catches out cars like this. Yeah, there is problems with the handling on this car. Stick drift, it is pretty... actually easy to drift. Yeah, this thing just wants to oversteer a lot. That's crazy. Anyway, let's bring it to a stop. Let's first see how much it weighs. The weight is 1,800 kilos! Oh my god! That piece of glass on the roof is more expensive than my whole room. Probably. Koenigsegg doesn't do all-wheel drive either, I don't think. I don't think McLaren does either. Are they 755 horsepower with a big bombing knocker weight in the rear? Probably not. The Koenigsegg Chimera will be all-wheel drive. Okay. The car would be potentially good drift boy. I mean, it's a fun car. Is it a good car for track use? No. This is more like a soft sports... soft high-end sports. You don't know. Brutal sports, not super. But the problem is it's selling for supercar price. And it's got supercar numbers, so it's going to trick people into thinking that this car is going to be able to do more than what it does. Ah, god damn it. Brake and turn in. Alright, there's a bit of a... Okay, so there's a turn-in issue. A lack of front aero issue, which might actually be also part to do with the new way in which aero is done. So I will be doing tests on that and release that in a video this week. And braking issue. The car is heavily based on the Centenario? Never heard of that before. It has the engine, driveline, and brakes, and everything weighs about the same according to automation. Okay. Let's find out whatever this Centenario thing is. Oh, Lamborghini Centenario. Okay, then. Fair enough. But Lamborghini is not a supercar manufacturer anymore. They're a high-end sports car manufacturer because they're owned by Volkswagen Audi Group, and they're not that imaginative. Do you want a full fill score? I think you said you did, didn't you? Let's go have a look at the scores anyway, while we get ready. So, styling. Lamborghini Centenario, the 100-year anniversary of Lamborghini. I wouldn't classify it as the 100-year anniversary Lamborghini because they're counting tractors. And I don't know about you, but I classify them as different companies. They're not the same company, really. Like, yes, owned by the same person. Yes, they got the same name, but there is really nothing much there that they have in common. Kind of like Porsche with their tractors and stuff like that. Sorry about that, just had to mute myself then. So, yeah. Not seeing a response, so I'm just going to go ahead and assume that you do. Styling. Oops. The front's a little bit flat. I mean, it's their marketing spiel, not mine. Fair enough. Yeah, I get it. And then the rear, as I was saying earlier, all of those problems I was saying, like the leading lines don't work, and there's just something kind of missing here. And it's not just a badge, but a badge would probably help. Some badging, some branding, that sort of stuff. So styling, like a 7. For a supercar of that sort of price, not great. Acceleration, pretty darn good. That's going to get a 9. Handling, 7. Fun factor. Oh, you know what? No, there is some major problems that are handling. Fun factor, 10. It is very fun to be in a supercar like that, especially one that feels very controllable and safe at moderate speeds. Cool factor, it is a supercar. It is American, so a lot of Americans are going to think that this is a very cool car. Here in Australia, it's not going to really cut the mustard, but a lot of people are also going to know that it's just a little bit of a disappointment, though still really fun, so people are still going to buy it. So I'm going to go like an 8 on that because a lot of kids would also look at that and go, wow! So that's also kind of a bit of a factor in it as well. Trackability, like a 6? No, 8. It is still a supercar. It's just, for a supercar, it's not very good, but trackability is just a general score, so we'll give it an 8. Features, let's have a look. We could just assume features. Oh, that is very small. You would probably want a bigger screen. Also, you've picked the wrong material here for a touchscreen because this is see-through. That is a little bit transparent. But still, fair enough. I'm not going to say it's great, though, because it is... A lot of people expect a bigger sort of screen now for their touchscreens. Now that Tesla's just done basically a computer monitor laid on a side inside of the car. Features... like a 7. It's not going to be fully amazing because it's a supercar and they want to keep the weight down at least a little bit. Comfort. Let's have a look. Very, very thin seats, but probably not going to be the worst thing. The suspension, though, looked very rigid, though it is an automatic, so that will be a little bit of comfort because you could just be lazy, but that comes away from the fun factor, but still that's a 10. Yeah, sure. Okay, we'll leave that as it is. So, comfort. 6? Probably is a good way of doing it. How much, like, arm and legroom do you have? You have a fair decent amount of arm and legroom, so that's not so bad. We'll keep that as a 6. Quality. It is a supercar, so the build quality is going to be very questionable, but the feel of it is probably going to be a little bit higher. It is American, so there's going to be, like, a mix factor between that, like, higher quality leather in some areas, but then some things are just like made out of really cheap plastic, and when you feel that one, it feels very out of place, sort of thing. Also, trying to get a Lamborghini V10, sorry, was it V12? Yeah, V12 For that sort of price, the quality is probably not going to be particularly high. So we're going to go with 6 on that, because it's also a very low production run. Practicality. It's got 2 seats, so it gets a score of 2. Value. It's a lot of money. You do get a lot of car, so it's a little bit of a trade-off. The resale on those is probably going to stay fairly high. So the value is going to be probably like a 7. You're not getting a lot for your, like, you're not getting a McLaren Senna for your price. But it is also not a McLaren Senna price. Ongoing costs are probably going to be pretty abysmal on this. So it's going to be something like a 2 out of 10. J-Beam editing. I don't think I saw any of that, right? So we'll leave that as it is. Would I buy it? Like a 1. I would, but I'd never be able to afford it, so it's not going to get any more than that. Je ne sais quoi factor, there is a little bit of a je ne sais quoi. The realism. I'd go like a 6 on that. You probably could get a V12 for that sort of price in a car for that sort of price. So that's not so bad. With an overall score of 88. Not the worst score in the world. That's actually... What's 160 is the maximum score? My brain isn't working. Why can't I think about this? 50s. So yes, it is over the halfway mark, which a lot of cars fail to do. Then there's their cars to celebrate 100 years of making tractors. Sure. Then wouldn't they make a special limited edition tractor? It's weird. Anyway, moving on to the next car. We have... this little track beast. Not really a track car, but we'll go for it. An 88 for my first submission, I'll take it. It's a pretty good score, actually. Especially one that's flawed in its handling. So I would expect this car with no aero to probably reach 240 and be able to take take the corner at 240 without understeering. So the fact that yours was understeering at 240 was pretty bad. I would expect this thing to probably understeer at between 240 and 270 sort of kilometers an hour. So yeah, that's a pretty big flaw for that price. Welcome, Eldon Larry. I don't believe I've seen you around in these. I haven't seen you around these parts before. If you have been around, then I'm sorry. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm expecting this car to be incredibly chuckable. How much does it weigh? 1,500 kilos. That is incredibly heavy, considering that, like, the Ford Fiesta, which I have used this body to create in the past. Why is this moving off to one side? I'm gonna unplug the controller and plug it back in. Why is the camera moving? The hell? Sup, Phil has been. Welcome, Jumbo Jacob. It's been alright. Yes, I know. I keep saying I can't tune for a reason. I legit cannot tune automation cars. It's all luck-based for me. I made a video on it. You know, it actually could be this car, because I didn't notice it before. Oh yeah, the audio's turned down because it was like uncomfortably loud. Oh, you know what? Take a couple of points off on like how incredibly loud it was. Maybe take 3 points off because that car was incredibly loud. What am I doing? Why am I looking here? Audio. Turn that back up. Oh my god, it's fat? What's fat? Welcome, Vane Blaine. This is very quiet. Oh, do we have... Yeah, we have low-slung aero. Bad choice, bro. Those things will scrape and fall off. Like, you saw that these aeroplanes, you don't actually have that issue anymore with new automation anymore. This is old automation still. But if you are still using old automation, you can see that these nodes come quite low. So it will scrape, unfortunately. Oh, the weight of the car, it's fat. Yeah, fair enough. 1,500 kilos. So I've used this car body for my Ford Fiesta, and that Ford Fiesta was like a little bit over a ton. So I'm surprised. Also, that is a lot of aero for a car which does not have a full aero package on it. So I'm going to have to dock you a little bit on realism here. Also, your suspension is way wrong. It's way too wallowy. It should not be that wallowy. So yeah, we're going 240 and it is not understeering at all. We need a brake tuning tutorial. Yeah, we'll be doing that with Cesare at some point, probably next week. I'm completely amateur when it comes to tuning brakes. Yep, same sort of thing. Let's see how the brakes go on this. Brakes are pretty good, but then again, also the aero package is pretty good. You know what, let's turn the ESC off. This engine is so incredibly quiet. I get the feeling that they muted the engine. Yeah, so I can only hear certain things. I can't actually hear the engine itself. What have they done? Welcome, SJR. I don't believe I've seen you around in these parts before. I just joined the Discord. Awesome. The engine sounds didn't seem to have exported unless it's electric. Yeah. It's a problem I had with the exporter often lately. Really? Okay, then. Fresh Bloods joining the Discord server, I see. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, exporter problems. Supposed... Oh. I use new automation. I don't use the old public build. So I don't know of what you speak. That is weird, though. Ah, I understand. Oops. So I like it. It is fairly fast. I am going to hammer it on realism score, though. How much does this thing cost? Actually, I have to figure out what the name of the car is first, because I didn't actually look. This is the Ozoku GTI 2. Okay. This is not a song which I would have playing during a stream. And that'll do. What else do we want to get rid of? We don't probably need wheel debug and weight distribution for this particular stream. Okay. Here it is. By Crispy Shaman. Ah, okay, Crispy Shaman just left. This is a 2020 car, $39,700. So it is about the sort of price that you would pay for these sports cars. I know the Ford Fiesta ST isn't too far off of this price. It's a little bit cheaper than this, but still, about that sort of thing. It's got 2 plates. Oh, you're right. What the hell? Why is that? But it is Japanese on the correct side of the car as well, so I'm not seeing anything. Is this the one that I... Is this the working dash? I wouldn't know. So we're relative now. We can just move the camera back. Yeah, okay. So this is the dash mod that's been making the rounds for the time. Is this thing pulling to the left? Seriously? Okay, it's fixed now. Alright, that was just weird. How do you share other cars? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That's a plate for K cars, though? It is. I doubt it's a 6600 cc engine. Even if it is a flat 6. Anyway. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. So, styling. It's a bit busy, but it does look pretty cool. I don't know about the roof racks and the tow bar, and the fact that this is a fairly straight cut sort of thing, and it doesn't look like this thing is a race car, and you are spending race car, sort of low-end race car sorts of money. So, like a 7... I kind of want to give it like a 6.5. I'm not sure. Maybe a 7 will work. Acceleration. It is pretty darn good, so we'll give that an 8. Handling. It's pretty darn good. We'll give that a 9. There was a little bit of an issue I had. but I just couldn't really put my finger on it. I couldn't really say what it was. It's pretty darn good, so that's why it gets a 9. That's a very high score. Fun factor, it is very fun, so we'll give that like... Oh wait, no, yeah, handling. That's what it was. It was actually worse than that. It was very wallowy. But still, it gripped very well, so there was like the trade-off there. Fun factor, it is very much hurt by that wallowy thing. Cool factor, it's going to get laughing, become a bit of a laughing stock because of that handling thing. And the fact that you're paying that much for a minuscule hatchback, I mean, it's a bit odd. Trackability, fairly good. Once again, that wallowy nature going to hurt a little bit. Features. So as we can have a look at the interior. How is 16.5 miles per gallon US for a race car? Is that what this is? It's pretty bad. But for a race car, it's not so bad. I don't know, actually. I don't know what race cars should get. I did know a while ago, but I've kind of forgotten. How can you drive other people's cars in Beam? Oh, they share it on the Reddit. I download it and put it into my mods folder. That's how I do it. You download the .zip. Yep, cool. Phil, you gonna make a Ford Probe? That's the Ford Taurus, right? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, yeah, no, we didn't get this car in Australia, so I don't really know much about it, apart from the fact that it looks like a front-wheel drive, maybe a V6, I'm assuming. Yeah, 24-valve V6, as I thought. It just looks like a V6. It doesn't look like a V8, and it doesn't look like a 4-cylinder. And it doesn't look like a rear-wheel drive car, so I'm assuming it's front-wheel drive. Because of, like, how weirdly proportioned the windowsill is to the front tires, to the front overhang size. You know what? That one looks a little bit better, but still really weird. Not a big fan. Anyway, features. I was looking at the interior. We have a full sort of a complement of things here, though it is a very basic-ass looking radio. And it's also not like an integrated radio. You probably could have done away with the radio and had a bigger screen and just said that that's where it is now. So features will go like an 8? It looked fairly good. But at this price, it's not going to be like full-on like massaging seats with like air conditioning in the seats sort of thing, because that like goes into a much higher price category. Comfort. It's very wallowy. That will hurt. The fact that this has also got very thin, buckety seats is not going to be particularly great. And it's got a clutch, so the comfort's a little bit lower. You can't like easily hold a drink and drive at the same time a lot of the time, sort of thing. And the cup holders are in a very uncomfortable sort of position as well. So comfort's going to be like a 6. Quality, these are probably going to be not bought en masse. I'm going to assume. I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe it would be. So quality is going to be kind of middle of the road. We'll give it a 7. Practicality. All right, let's have a look at these rear seats. You can actually fit into those rear seats. And the rear trunk space looks fairly sizable. So the practicality is quite good, and it also looks very parkable. So, are these seats just shrunk? No, there is actually room back there. Pretty decent. They've done bigger than what that SUV had, unfortunately. Problemau. What an awful name. It does sound not great, is the way I'll put that. You're talking about the concept model? I don't know what that is. Oh. This? Probably not. This? Probably yes. That is still ugly, but pretty cool. I would probably try to make that, but make it look good. But keep that sort of idea. Anyway, what were we on? We were on practicality. So practicality is pretty high on this. I'm gonna give that like an 8. It's not the most practical car in the world, but still pretty freaking good. You know what? Actually, we'll get that a 9. Value. It's a very high price for a very wallowy, uncomfortable car, but still not the worst. So we're gonna give this like a 6. It is very expensive for a small hatch. even if it is a track car, but still it's not great on the track because of its whole like weird handling characteristics. Ongoing costs, not going to be great because it is a turbo car in a very compact sort of engine bay, because these aren't very compact, and working on boxer engines are not great. Like, see that? Your valve covers are right up against the thing there, so getting to like your spark plugs, and if it has direct injection, which it might just have, because I don't see injectors. Oh no, there is injectors there. Yeah, anyway, ongoing costs, not great, but it's not worse than that, because it's probably not going to need to be serviced quite so often. Actually, how much power does it make? Because that will dictate that one a little bit. TOR. It creates, oh my god, a lot of power. That's 750 horsepower? Oh my god. Yeah, no, value, 7. 8. Ongoing costs, 3. J-beam editing, I don't think there is any of that. Would I buy it? I would find it too wallowy, but I am very tempted by the price to power ratio. The je ne sais quoi factor, it looks pretty good, but I'm pretty sure everything here is done. Hot hatch, you know what? There is a little bit of je ne sais quoi for the hot hatch thing here. Realism, it's not going to get a realism score at all, because it's not realistic really in any sort of way. So, 90. That is a very good score. Ford Probe was actually a very fun car. It was also designed by a woman, and it was a big success. Is that why they called it the Probe? Are they trying to make a dildo joke? Is that what it was? Weird. That really does look like a probe. Okay. Is that why it's like so slick and smooth, so then they can like insert like a probe? Holy Back to the Future, what? A fist fight just happened outside of my house, fun stuff. Oh, weird. Alright. The probe was meant to be a aerodynamic test bed. Ah, okay. It makes sense because it is very, very smooth. And that aerodynamic revolution that started in the 80s, prime time for this sort of stuff to happen. What happened is in the 80s, a few companies... Oh, that looks cool. I like that a lot. Anytime now. My internet is really crap today, apparently. Yeah, that looks pretty freaking cool. C, on the other hand, looks very out of place. I do like that rear hatch sort of thing. That's awesome. Yeah, in the 80s is when car companies found out that sharp edges weren't good for aerodynamics, so they started to invest in wind tunnels to actually get a good handle on things. So they first started by making things a little bit more rounded, and then they got the wind tunnels, and then everything kind of just culminated. In the 90s, the very globulous, round, smooth cars of the 90s. Very smooth brain sort of design. Innuendos with Philman 2. Electric Boogaloo. Nice. Let's go ahead, get rid of viewer cars. Next car is... the Piscicelli Gianna Q570 SW. Sounds very much like an Audi. There we go. This is $76,400. It's an Audi price tag by Tom L. Delos ETK. This is a 2020 car, 570 horsepower, 3.7 liter flat plane V8. So it's very similar, but not quite to an Audi. Also, if it's all-wheel drive, I'm just going to call this thing an Audi and not an Italian car at all. Flat under tray, very much like an Audi sort of thing. We have rear drive, multi-link, and we have front drive. So this is not Italian. They called it Italian, but it is not Italian. This is German. My cat has just joined me for the stream. Oh, nice. I hate cats, but still, anyway. And I'm also allergic. One stone chip and this car is financially beyond repair. What? The melted cheese look? A little bit, yeah. No one liked the probe name. Actually, you know what? I would say that the melted cheese look happened in the late 2000s. There's a lot of cars which I don't like. It looks like an Audi RS6 wagon a little bit, yeah. It is a nice sound as well. Very Italian, very German kind of good sound. It's probably piped in through the speakers like an Italian car too. Brakes are not as much as I would like. That could be from bad brake tuning, who knows. Let's give it a bit more of a try. The overrun pops are also very incredibly loud. Alright, let's turn the ESC off and see how it does without that sort of stuff. If it was like a Mercedes, you'd never actually be able to turn it off though. Coming up with company names that don't sound like cheap knockoff brands is one of the hardest parts of automation for me. Oh, really? I don't have a problem with it. Okay, so it's actually very limited on top speed. We're only... Oh, okay, no, we're reaching about 260 by the end. That was a mistake. Oh yeah, just change that song. I don't like songs with singing in it, because it's very distracting for me and probably for you guys trying to figure out where that talking is coming from. Alright, let's see how this thing does properly now with the slingshot. The suspension is a little too soft, unfortunately. Like, it wobbles a little too much. It needs some sort of, like, anti-lunge thing. Its side to side is not so bad, but it's like lunging and squatting and whatnot is not great. Very Audi S sort of understeer there. Braking at the 250 meter board, probably didn't need to brake that far back. Okay, not so bad. Turn in is pretty decent. Mid corner is very strong, but it's not a beast out of the corners, unfortunately. And brake it just before the 100 meter board, which is what I expect for a car like this, and unfortunately did not pull up a dime. It depends on the weight now. How much does this thing weigh? Nearly 2 tons. It's just shy by a couple of kilos. So, you know what? Maybe the braking is not that bad. Maybe the brakes are good, it's just that this thing weighs a buttload. Right, you guys are talking a lot about names right now, so I'll just agree. Anyway, Pop's got a little bit of understeer, which is unfortunate. Adam's Apex, get caught out there, but speed is not terrible, actually. Kind of 70 is the flipping point, is what I've kind of come to assess. If you don't go over 70, your car has an underlying handling issue. If it can go over 70, it's a pretty good handling car. And it was right on that border, so it's not bad. It's actually right on that limit of, like, this is not a supercar or top-end sports car. Where did I start braking? That felt like I was braking at a good point. Maybe you know what it is? It's the acceleration to braking ratio is a bit off, I think is what the issue is here. Unintentional, what? Unintentional collab? The car submitted is the Dragon Scale Edition. I think the name, I usually just call it Dave. I think I have called the car Dave before. Like, kind of making a little bit of joke on, like, the Eagle Hawk thing that, Top Gear made once. What's an unintentional collab? I'm so confused. I've taken to stealing model names and just small towns and takes... Okay. Fair enough. Alright, I like it, but I think it's time to give this thing a fill score. This thing is quite beastly, but somehow feels a bit muted on the acceleration. Even if it is still fast, it feels hard to nail down what I'm feeling right now. Anyway, let's go ahead and give it a full score. I'm assuming they're going to want a full score because this car has so much attention to detail. Alright, so, styling. The front looks a little bit too low. for my personal taste, but this is going on my personal taste. That's what you've asked for, basically. I don't like this here, but the rest of it, as I said, really close attention to detail. If you're watching this in post because you're not here right now, go watch the other talk on it I did earlier. Hopefully there's timestamps by somebody, maybe? Wait, hold on. Are those lights on the front? Yeah, they are. Alright, that's, peculiar. Oh, maybe that's running lights. Is that JBeam edited? Okay, I don't think there is actually JBeam editing here. I think that's just... Maybe that is JBeam edited, because it's on all the time, even when the brakes aren't on, so I'm not sure what the hell is going on there. I'm just going to say that's not JBeam editing, because I've never seen that before. I don't think anybody would do that. Anyway, so, styling, pretty good. It's going to get a higher je ne sais quoi factor. We're going to give this like a 7 out of 10. It's fairly good. But I'm not, like, huge on Audis and BMWs and all that sort of stuff. Like, they're okay. They look nice. But, we're going on that sort of thing. So that's why we're giving that. It'll make up for it in the je ne sais quoi factor because there's a, like, really cool factor, the effort you've put in. Acceleration. Fairly good, but it still feels a bit muted. We'll give that another 7. Handling is fairly good, but they're... Yeah, sometimes it just washes out with understeer. Fun factor is pretty high, but it does feel a little bit like dippy and wallowy, so we're going to get that an 8. Cool factor, it's going to get a lot of people liking it, but it doesn't really stand out well enough. Kids aren't going to look at that and look at a supercar and say, wow, both of those cars look cool. They're just going to see that one and go, oh, and then they're going to see the supercar and go, wow! And then they're never going to pay attention to your car ever again. So the cool factor is going to be a little bit lower, even though this thing has, what, 570 horsepower. So the cool factor is going to be somewhere like a 6, because no Audi or BMW or whatever, like unless they're the race black or whatever versions, they're not really cool cars. They're just very, very nice cars. Trackability. It's going to be quite high, but not extremely high because of those brakes. And being a very heavy car, that's going to hurt its ability to, like, perform well at longer race things. So, yeah. Features. You know what, maybe we'll give that an 8. Features, I'm assuming this is going to be quite high for a car of this price. We have... I'm just going to go ahead and assume that that's the touchscreen where everything else is put, like I said earlier. So we're going to leave that and say that's probably somewhere around like a 9. There's probably seat warmers and all that sort of stuff hidden in there. But then again, it's also going to be like inconvenient for a passenger to control like their own seat extra functionality. So we'll give that an 8. Comfort is probably going to be quite high. It's like a moderate softness, but the seats are a little bit rigid. But at least you got lots of leg room for the front, moderate for the back. At least you'll be able to fit an adult in the back. That's fairly decent. Would have liked that to have gone a little bit further back though. Yeah, they've done a very good job though. Comfort, 8. Quality, being a German car, but you said made in Italy, the quality is probably going to be really low. It's going to feel really nice. It's probably going to be a nice place to be in, but the quality of it is going to be really shit. So there's going to be a trade-off there, and we're just going to go with a 6. No, a 7. Build quality is going to feel nice, but the actual quality is going to be garbage. Practicality. It's not a giant vehicle, so parking is not going to be too bad. Being able to fit 5 people in there, pretty decent, and a very spacious boot. Not SUV levels of spacious boot, but pretty good. So practicality is going to be somewhere like an 8. Value, you know what, a 9. Oh, not 90, 9. Value will be... It is a lot of money. And also, prices on these cars, especially if it is actually, as you say, an Italian car, the resale value, your depreciation, sorry, is going to be incredibly bad. So the value is going to be probably like a 5. Ongoing costs, an Italian-German car, that's going to get you something like a 3. It's not a supercar, but it's also not particularly great. JP Editing, I don't think there was anything. Would I buy it? Yes, but not for the price. Like, I'd have to wait for it to come used. And that thing would plummet in value. Anywhere in the world except Australia. So we'll give that a sort of thing there. 10 on the je ne sais quoi factor. Because there is so much effort in here. So much attention to detail. You've done such a good job here. I mean, I did similar sort of stuff with like lots of little detailing before in the past. To do a Mustang on a video that ended up failing, unfortunately. Because, it was meant to be a part of a tutorial, which didn't work. But, I think even for me, you've kind of outshadowed me a little bit there. Realism. It is quite realistic, except for the part where it's Italian and not German. So we're going to give that, like... I want to give it an 8. But I feel this car deserves a 9. So, a 107. That is one of the highest scores I've ever given out before. And I feel like it is very deserving because of the attention to detail and the fact that you fixed the rear seat issue, which a lot of people just ignore and just put the seat further forward. You've done a very good job. I very much approve. Well done. Oh, you've actually removed the chassis. That's how you got it even further back. Nice. Very well done. Please, submit more cars. I love your work. The fact that it reminds me, reminds us of so many models may show how in real life cars, in fact, look terribly similar to each other. Yeah! But then again, like if you got a car company that was trying to copy another car company, you would say that. So like Ford is copying Aston Martin all of the time with their design these days. That's not because all cars look the same, it's because they just wanted to look like that. And I think that's kind of what they were going for here, like a very realistic design, and I am very appreciative. My favorite car this stream, by far. I think so. But I didn't think it really stood out enough, especially back, being white, for a thumbnail. So that's why I didn't use it for the thumbnail. You really do need something that is very eye-catching for the thumbnail. I think this is fantastic, but I think only automation people will truly appreciate to the level of detail you've put into making this car be very subtle and unassuming, but still very good. So, very appreciated. That is getting my star of approval, probably the best one. Like, I'm about to go into the Ferrari and the one that's in the thumbnail, but I don't think they're going to be quite as good as this one. In their, like, subtleness of reality. Reality? Being real. Subtlety of realism. That's the one. You like the Ferrari Escort? I do like it as well. It does look pretty freaking awesome. Except for the fact that it's got that big lip around the things. I gotta make more things. You know what? I'm going to quickly show you guys the one mod I'm working on at the moment, but there seems to be some sort of glitch which nobody understands and can fix. So we haven't got it fixed yet, unfortunately. But I'll show you. Anytime now, please. Go ahead. Make a new car. I love this thing so much. That was so much fun. Let's just go ahead and choose whatever generic body. Steel, ladder, steel, doesn't matter. We'll just go all of the front choices. Sure, good for you. Inline 3, cast, whatever, all the top options. I do not care. I just want to show this one thing. And not have a flashing light in my face. Damn it, got a flashing light anyway. This body, okay. Here we go. So, this is the new fixture I am working on, which is an updated version of this. So, if you have a look at that, it's got like the big ugly lip around it. That's actually what I'm working on at the moment with this mod fixture. Unfortunately, here we go. We've got it here. It doesn't cut away. If I restart the game now, that will actually show up properly like it should. Nobody's responding to me. Nobody seems to have an idea of why this is doing this. But I really do want to show you what this looks like. So we are going to exit and we are going to relaunch quickly. Anytime now. Please. There we go. We have to update the Honda Beat and made it right-hand drive, place yellow plate and lip on the trunk, shorten the gearing and change to a 2-valve per cylinder. No, it can be 4 valves per cylinder. People were talking about the Honda being 4 valves. That's fine. Alright, now it's back again. And it's now working. Isn't that so weird? But yeah, now we've got like a lipless front grille. Which one do you guys think is better? I asked my partner what she thought was better, and she thought the one with a lip was better because it doesn't have this crappy edge around here, which you probably won't be able to see on stream, but there is a little bit of a crappy edge, which is unfortunate, but very smooth. What do you guys think? Do you like it? You got double air attacked. Oh, unfortunate. I wish I had control over that. But welcome, well soon, Mayhem Entertainment. How's it going? I am sorry about that. Dragon.exe has stopped working. What? Hey, BeamNG, I don't know if I said hello to you yet, so welcome. I definitely like the smooth better. I might actually use that fixture now. Oh yeah, when it's done like this, I agree. Oh, also, the other thing I did was because I didn't have a lip anymore, I actually inset this a little bit. So let me actually change this to chrome. Yeah, so I actually inset this a little bit, so it's not quite flush with it. Because this one was flush, but it was flush with the weird lip. So I had to insert that a little bit. I'm not sure whether people are going to be upset with that or not, but I like it. Smoother is better? Good. Okay. So it was just my partner as a weirdo freak. Bizarroid. Alright, cool. Let's go back to... Who pinged me? It's this guy again. Alright. I'll read that later. Apparently Flamesy is into people that have bikini waxes. Anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, nah. That traction control has to go goodbyes. Good, we only have rear-wheel drive. So let's see if they've mastered the tricky art of good handling rear-wheel drive. This thing is quite fast. We're already up 200 kilometers an hour. We didn't even have the full length. 240, 250... And how are we going for handling? Oh, a little bit of understeer. I did have to lift. And then braking at just shy, just after the 250 meter board. Oh, brakes are not... Oh, we are getting massive lag with this car. Why? And then tank slappers. Oh, that's very mid-engine, heavy rear engine sort of thing. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we... Oh. I'm getting weird, very weird frame lags. I'm hating this. Accidentally closed the stream while trying to exit Project Car on Beam. Oops. Oh, it must be some exporting bug because on my end, I did have engine sounds on my car. What? Oh, you're going having a look at your car now, Christian Shaman. Is Christian Shaman going to be looking at the old thing? Oh, okay. You're actually watching live now. Okay, then. Where's the part of the stream? Okay, fair enough. It is okay. You can test your cars before you send them to me. I am fine with that. Alright, this is going to be actually really hard to mark this car because of that lag that we're getting under, like, tire stressing sections. Oops, I accidentally braked too late. And it is also way too much lunge under braking. Like, the acceleration is fine. Like, watch this acceleration. So, no, you know what? No, actually, that is actually still pretty bad. There's too much lunge here. I might make a video on that because I don't think automation exports realistically with dealing with lunge when it comes to BeamNG. So I will have a look into that. Oh, weird. That came out of nowhere. It actually sounds really good. However, the real F430 had a rather slow robot shifter, while this thing sounds like a double clutch. Wrong buttons everywhere. No, it has a sequential. Or at least, it has a clutch. Alright, you know what? We're gonna get rid of the alternative punk sort of playlist. And go with mood. Bright. Play. Don't play kid songs, please. That is a little too ambience. Cool, alright, that works. Yeah, this is a sequential gearbox. As you can hear, like, I'm holding in a clutch. So, yeah. That is going to hurt its realism score a little bit. People really love to make soft suspension. Unfortunately, if you choose sports suspension then export it to BeamNG, it comes out really slushy. So it's not really their fault. It is the way in which cars export. But why does the engine sound so bugged on the... it's just a thing with V12s and a few other engines at the moment. It's just the way they do. Is this too loud, this car? Can you hear me over it? The no engine sound though, I don't know about that one. I've never heard of it myself. That impact detected stopping car thing, I hate it so much. I think we should go ahead and give this thing a fill score. Unfortunately, the handling is not quite there. And shall I ask this question again? Phil, do you think a Humvee mod for automation would be possible, as I'm trying to make one in Blender? There already is one for old automation. I don't know whether they're going to port it over to the new version right away or at all. Yeah, so there's actually 2 Hummer bodies. This one probably being the better one. It already exists. You can do it if you want. But, comes down to if you want to put in the effort. Yeah, this was only made last year, so I don't know why they wouldn't update it. Does it have any openings on the side for air intake and cooling? Yes, it does. Right there. You can see it. The no engine sound thing is something you can just fix by changing the exhaust size and then changing it back, then re-exporting. Okay. That's a Hummer, not a Humvee. I don't know. I don't know what that is then. If a Hummer is not a Humvee, then I don't know. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. So let's clear everything out so I'm not affected by the scores. Alright, styling. It is pretty good. It is a supercar, but what price is it? This is the wrong car. The P47 Spider. Tezzoni. Oops. 130. So it is a supercar sort of car. So styling, it is pretty good. I do like it, but as a supercar, it's not mind-boggling. But it is that sort of time period, 2007. Okay, you know, it's a little bit beyond that time period of like being subtle. So styling is going to be 8. It's pretty good. But as a supercar, because that one's generally a relative kind of score. Acceleration. It feels fairly good, but it also feels a little bit numb at some point. So we'll give that like an 8. It's also not like ballistic. It's not absolute face-yankingly amazing. Handling. It's fairly good, but it's missing some stuff. So we'll give that an 8. It's like the lunge and compression is just not great. Fun factor. It is going to be fairly fun. It is a supercar, but it gets a little bit skittish and scary, so I'm not even going to give it a 9. I'm going to give that an 8. Cool factor. It is a supercar, but it's not like the top-end supercar, so it's not like an Enzo. So it's going to get a lot of kids going, wow! But if you park it next to a Lamborghini, they're not going to be as excited by it. So we'll give it like a 7. Trackability. It's fairly high. We'll give that a 9. I don't know about the brakes. I didn't test it for that long. Features. All right, let's check it out. This is 2007 car, so it's not going to be particularly great. Mega Cruiser Hummer, just because the name. What? Plum is literally the... Okay, cool. Humvee is like the actual US military vehicle that Hummer H1 was based on. Oh, okay. Whatever, do whatever you like. I don't know. Hummer is a production car. Humvee is a military vehicle. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So it's up to you, bro. If that's what you want to do. Average of an 8 over a weekend. Yeah. 8 is like that score where it's like, if you want to get over an 8, you have to try extra hard. Fairly good, but it's missing some pizzazz. And that suspension was a bit of a questionable thing. All right, let's have a look. We have a radio, but no CD, so it's probably going to be Blue Point. Is that meant to be a joke on Blowplonk? Or is that meant to be like a non-copyright infringing thing of Bluetooth? No digital dash or anything like that. It's probably not massage seats or anything like that. So the features are going to be 6. It's going to be functional, but it's not going to be amazing. Give me a second. Sorry, I had to just do like a really gross sniff, so I moved the microphone away. Comfort. It is a supercar. That lunginess is going to be a bit of a problem, and those seats are very, very thin. So the comfort is going to be probably somewhere around like a 6. It's also because a lot of the suspension is also quite probably stiff. Quality. It is, I'm assuming, Italian. So it's going to feel good, but it's not going to be good, if you know what I mean. Same thing I've been saying this entire time. That mirror is way too far angled back. Are you trying to look at the sun or something? What the hell? So quality is going to be somewhere like a 6. Practicality, it's going to be a 2 because you've got 2 seats. And if you model the boot, I will help you a little bit with the score. I mean, you kind of put a divider in there, so maybe. Did you do anything for the boot? No, you didn't, so there's probably the spare tire in there. We'll leave that at a 2. Value. It is a lot of money, but they don't depreciate a lot, especially for ones with clutches still. So we'll go with like a 7 on that. Then the ongoing costs, that's going to get a 0 because it's Italian. And the fact that it's a Ferrari-based sort of thing. So if it is anything like Ferrari, it's just abysmal no matter what. J-beam editing. So like Ferrari is, I should clarify, is kind of like the bookmark end for like a Suzuki would be on the top end of ongoing costs of like a 10 pretty much on the score, or a Toyota. And then at the bottom end, the other bookmark end would be like the Ferrari or Bugatti sort of custom cars. J-beam editing, I don't think there was any. Let's have a quick look. Not even an interior camera. No steering wheel movement. I don't think there is any custom stuff. Actually, hold on, let's... Yep, no gauge moves either. Would I buy it? Yes, but I'd never be able to afford it. The je ne sais quoi factor, that's going to get like an 8. Because there is like that whole realism. There's a lot of effort. You've actually put effort into the engine bay. Really cool stuff here. I do like this a lot. The realism is also going to be quite high, except for the fact that lunge factor is going to hurt it a lot. Like a lot. So that's going to get an 8. I don't know how you'd fix that without making it rock solid suspension. But you do have a score of 92, and that is a very respectable score. So let's go ahead and clear that out. Next car is the Vantour as Roadster. Oh yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. Let's try it out on the automation test track, give it a bit of a thing. No sun visors? Oh dear, I missed that. Ferrari is the reason Lamborghini exists because of how bad their ongoing costs and expenses were. Yeah, that and also we wanted a more comfortable car, I think was the other one. As someone who worked 7 years for a company that specialized in test driving with Ferraris, I can confirm quality on these cars is not good. Oh, really not good. Yeah, but how about like, so there's two different sorts of quality. There's the quality of like the survivability of things, but then there's also like the quality of materials used. So like a really cheap, tinny, thin feeling plastic, not great, but like leather covered, even if it is still really shit and gonna break, it feels a lot better. So that quality score. There's like a feel quality and an actual quality, practical quality. I probably should put them into two different categories, but I don't want to. I've already got too many categories. Also, I'm not sure if I said hello to you yet. Welcome, Lee Perez. How's it going? Now for my car. The sun visor is in your hand, or just use sunglasses. I like it. Good luck. Good luck for the guy. It's pronounced Aries. I thought it might have been, but the E would change the sound of the I, which would change the sound of the A. So it'd be more like Aries is kind of more how it would be pronounced. I hope this one is fun to drive. Unless it's a different language, then rules go out of the window. Still very similar because it's a Romance language, but still you would not, yeah. Also, I thought I forgot something. Just wear sunglasses. Yeah, I mean, I forget the sun visors too at certain points, so I'm not going to mark you down too much. Just like maybe 15 points I'll take off. I'm joking. Yeah, comfort was the other part. He thought he could do a better GT car. What? Oh, yeah. Okay, you're talking about the Ferrari Lamborghini thing. Yeah, I thought it was like kind of like the God. I thought I was pronouncing Ares. Like Buenos Aires, Argentina. Alright. Very slow. Why is there smoke coming out of the engine bay? Is the exhaust... The exhaust looks connected. Yeah, why is exhaust 16 back here? Well, that's going to make it a little bit harder to test your car. Did you not test this? Ares of the Greek god of war, spelling varies here and there. Oh, does it? I didn't know that. Oops. Actually, how much does this weigh? Wow! Jesus Christ, this thing weighs nearly 2 tons. It's 1,925 kilos, or 1,925 kilos. That is very freaking heavy, especially for... Hold on, I do know the name of this car. Here it is. A 1995 car? That is incredibly unrealistic for a car like this to weigh that much. Even as a convertible, that is not likely, I don't think. Exhaust leaks? Actually, yeah, you know what? That might work. I don't have that issue on my end? Really? I mean, the exhaust nodes end up there. That means that that's where the exhaust comes from. Oh, you know what it is? You're probably... Wait... Do you drive the car immediately after spawning it or respawning it? Because that was actually just the water vapor left in the exhaust. Anyway, let's give this one a bit of a try. Brake late because we weren't going that fast. Brakes are okay. They're very soft and squidgy, like a normal sort of car. Let's turn off the ESC because it's a bit numb. Is this just for front-wheel drive as well? Yeah, it is. Nice. Good. Okay. How old is this car? Early 90s, I think it was what it was. I don't have that. Does it have front? Does it have a front resembling the Mazda 323? A little bit. Put it down to French engineering. Yeah, could be put down to French quality, like the person said. It could just be exhaust leaks, which I find amusing. Lots of understeer, very comfortable European sort of thing there. I am liking it, but it is very muted, so it's not going to get very good on the weekend scores. It's probably more of a daily scores sort of car, depending on how you've done the rear seats. Ooh. So it's from the 90s. The exhaust is probably just rusty and cracked. Yeah, alright, fair enough. I'm liking this. There is a bit of an export issue with... Wait, oh god, that's right, your brakes were minuscule and tiny, weren't they? Yes, that's right. You guys remember this one? The brakes were just bottle cap lids. Yeah, so very French-esque, not really thinking things through. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, you should have had your front seats further forward. So then, what the general rule of thumb we found is, and this steering wheel is maybe it canted over a little too much, maybe straighten it up a little bit, is have the very front of the seat in line with the bottom of the steering wheel. If that was to happen, then you would probably actually have quite sizable room in the rear here, even if the stuff is clipping into it. Imagine how heavy it was before the rust set in. Oh. Anyway, the weight was excessive. That's the wrong button. There we go. Let's take this to a road mappy sort of area. Main menu, free roam. I'm thinking like Italy because if you're French and you have a convertible, you might go on a holiday to Italy. I just want a hill road. We'll go to Crossroads and then we'll move over. The seats are shiny. Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing of just automation exporting at the moment. But welcome, well soon, Mayhem. Welcome to the stream. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. So, a double welcome. Why are the seats so shiny? Yeah, that's just an unfortunate thing. The brakes are just because I'm stuck in a broken 6-piston brake era. Also French engineering. Wait, those 6 pistons? That's very unrealistic for the 90s. The rear feels kind of 70s. I think it was a little too rounded for 70s, right? Like it's got that sort of art sort of style. But no, that's not 70s at all. That is 90s. Well, let's take it up here. Hey, look, it's facing the right way as well. Did I break something? Let's respawn. Let's turn ESC off, because we don't need that. Depending on how many gears this have, maybe the gear ratio is a bit long. I'm at the point in the project where you can just want it done. Yeah, I understand that, Groundhog. The seats are leather on the outside and cloth on the inside, yeah. There's a export issue with certain materials, cloth being one of them. It'll just come out shiny. Ooh, I think your suspension is a bit stiff. And the brakes suck. Very French sort of like afterthought of how things actually work. The rear is weird, I don't like rear ends. Oh, really? I had that paint style earlier, which... I thought this looked like. It feels a little bit like a 90s facelift of a late 80s design. Maybe, yeah, actually that kind of tracks. I agree with that. Welcome, Nicholas Quernier, to the stream. How's it going? I do kind of like this, but as a driving experience, it's not good. This does feel like a city car where you're just going to be spending a lot of time on highways and stuff. It's not a particular driver's car because it doesn't feel right. It's very strange. It like starts to oversteer, but just before it starts to get like a slip angle going on, it understeers. It's very peculiar. Ah! I tried to correct, but I didn't do it right. Awkward and repetitive? I don't know. So far, I do actually like the rear end still. Nah, I'm getting lag, but that's the Italian map, not the car's fault. Sounds kind of spicy. It is. Nah! God damn it. It doesn't feel connected to the road, really. Or maybe it's too twitchy because the suspension is too stiff. For a 90s car, That's maybe a little too stiff. For a French car, it's a little too stiff. For a French 90s car, it's way too stiff, I feel. Like, that is very level, very little squat. Oh, God! Sort of thing. And I think that is also affecting its ability to keep its wheels pushed to the ground and giving us traction. I'm assuming you're going to want a full fill score, or do you want a simple fill score that'll just give me how I feel about the car? Less burgundy before driving? You trying to say an alcohol? No, most of my cars ends taking me 2 to 3 attempts until it looks right. Fair enough. I'm not sure if this has already been brought up, or even if it's a good idea, but maybe crash tests could play a role in final scoring. That's a lot of effort. I would have to load in a map every single time. And I'd have to find a mod map that actually has proper crash test things. I suppose I could do it, but then again, crash physics in BeamNG, not actually that realistic into what you're talking about, because things clip into each other, things are not quite built that sort of way. They could, if they were to make that cars the sort of the way, make cars like that sort of way. Wait, do we? Oh, it's a manual. Oh, I didn't know. Especially automation cars. Less champagne while driving. Less generic wine before name. Okay. I get it. You guys call me drunk. Let's go ahead and get this thing. You haven't mentioned whether you want the minor or full fill score, so we'll just give you the full fill score. It's not going to be as good as the one I was going to give it, but let's give it styling. What was the name of the car again? Let's have a look at the things for it. The Ventura Aries Roadster. Yeah, here it is. So $33,000, 1995. I'm assuming it's meant to be French. I think it looks okay. Could look better. But there's only like around weird areas. But we'll make up for that in the realism score, I think. And the je ne sais quoi as well. So styling is like a 6. It's a very nice, subtle car. It's not on ugly. It's just kind of like a middle of the road, nice design. And I do approve. Acceleration, quite slow. So we're going to go on a 4 on that one, or maybe even a 3. Handling is also not particularly great, especially because of the brakes. So we'll give that also like a 4. Because it's not the worst. It does corner okay. It's just not great. Fun factor, it's not very fun to drive. So we'll give that like a 4 because it's convertible. So that is fun. But the rest of it isn't. Cool factor. So big French convertible car here in Australia, at least. That's the only litmus test I have. They're not really cool. So we're going to give that like no score. It's not very cool at all. Maybe a 2. It's a convertible. Getting in it and being in it would be cool, but from the outside, they're just forgettable. Trackability. No. Features. Well, it's a 90s car, so it's probably not going to be the greatest feature set in the world. We have a radio, we have AC, we have electric windows, but multiple switches. We got switches for the windows there, switches for the windows there. But we also do have other little flips and dials, so maybe it does have extra certain sort of things, but probably not going to be a huge amount. So we'll give that a 3. Comfort. It is very stiff suspension. For a car like this, I would have expected it to be a little bit softer. The front seats, I'm just going to imagine the front seats are further, so the rear seats does have more leg room. If that moves forward, say like that amount, and then this would move, yeah, you would have actually comfortable rear seats. And these seats do look fairly plush and comfortable. So we're going to go ahead and give that like a 7. Quality. French, so it's going to be garbage. It's already got a leaking exhaust. That's what the story we're going to go with. It's convertible. Convertibles are notoriously less good because there's just more stuff to break. So we'll give that something like a 6. Practicality. I mean, you can fit people in here. There is probably going to be a limited boot space because of the whole, like, having to fit the thing in there. What actually engine do we have in here? Yeah, V6, but wide bank, so ongoing costs are going to be a little bit higher. Practicality, quite high. We'll give that a 7. It's not 4 doors, or 5 doors even. You can't carry huge things in there, but it's going to be fairly good. Big, moderate trunk size. It's going to be filled a lot with the roof, and sizable seats. You can fit 5 people in here, right? That is a... Yep, that is a 5th seat in the middle. So yeah, I think practicality 7 works. Value. What's the price again? $33,400. Hopefully that's the 2012 price. Fairly good, but being a big French car, the price is going to plummet quite a bit, so we're going to go a 6 on that. It's not going to be the worst in the world. Ongoing costs going to be like a 4. It's a European car, especially French. No JBM editing. Would I buy it? I mean, I do like a convertible, even if they're not very practical. The je ne sais quoi factor, like an 8. I think this thing looks really cool for what it is. Realism? I don't think that engine is very realistic, especially being a 90 degree like that. I think the realism is going to be like a 7 on that one. So, ha-ha! Nice! Love that center console. I do think the center console is pretty cool. Very French in its weird and quirkiness. And having like the dash on the wrong angle entirely. Oh, sorry, the gauge cluster on the wrong place, wrong angle. Great. What you should do though is like probably place that like way back here and make it quite vertical. So then it's very unlikely for light to come in from behind and shine in the driver's face. There, if the sun's coming in, it's gonna be very shiny and reflecty. I'm back. What did you miss? I don't know. You missed what you missed. How much time did you miss? That's what you missed. French with that much engine would get really expensive with a tax, I think. Yeah, probably. Best score? Best score. All right, let's go clear that out. All right. Is that a... Yeah, the clock is right there. That's also pretty cool. I like that. Is that... I thought I saw the key up there. Yeah, the key is right there. So why is there... Oh, okay, no. From here, it looks like a key, but that's actually a cigarette lighter. I thought the key hole was there, which would actually be really cool. I would have liked that. Anyway, next car. Okay, it's the same car. I missed nothing. Oh, okay then. The Ghost Roto RR. I think we should take that one to a test track because it is a car that needs to be taken through the ringer. Okay, if you guys have liked the stream so far, go ahead and like it. Also, remember that next week, if anybody hasn't heard this so far, we're going to try doing the stream a day earlier. And another little bit of tidbit of information now that we're getting towards the latter parts of the stream. We're not there yet, though. After this, I'm probably going to go over to Twitch in probably a half an hour to an hour sort of time. And then I'm going to stream some Farmville if anybody's interested in that. There should be a link to my Twitch in the description as well. Anyway, let's go down and... There we go. Whoops. Okay. So, $81,600. This is a next year model. By Nighter Dragon, who I did see in here. There we go. Moment of truth, time for the Ghost. Mid-engine entry-level supercar that is powered by their own crafted roto-tuned V8, which I don't know what that means. That is very loud. Quarter bottle. Also, nice glug sound. These were previously used as source bottles, but I found it and it was very cheap in a grocery store one day, and I was like, I need a water bottle, so that's why I got it. I also used to have a red one, which was so much cooler, but then I realized that the red was actually painted on the inside and the red paint was starting to flake off and it was going inside. So, yeah, not so great. Organizing my files for a car I hope people like as well. Film being a hydrated boy. Roto is just the performance division. Ah, okay then. So, yes, there is interior. From this angle, you could not see inside. Yeah, you can see from here. Let's turn the engine off. That is a pretty cool looking engine though. I see that you like the brighter sort of colors on the valve covers. Me too. Oh, that's right. This is the 6-piston boy. Yeah, forgot about that. The one that has 6 pistons coming out the frickin' wazoo. It is also just rear-wheel drive, so this is going to rely a lot on being very good at tuning. I don't see a front wing though. Did you put aero on the front? What the hell? What happened to the collision mesh? That is weird. This is a mess. I cannot tell what's happening, but I do not think you actually have front aero. If you have a lip, that's all good and dandy, but that's not actually aero in this version of automation which you're using, that you use to export this car, that is. Actually, let's have a look at the tire. This is new automation, so currently now it will export lips with downforce, but I'm going to go in and see actually how effective that is. This thing is probably going to understeer at high speed. Using custom 3D fixtures. I feel that the RPM cuts off a little too early. Also, those door handles, what the hell? What are those? Bruh. Nah. Nah. You love the rims? Yeah, they're very generic modern rims for sports cars. How much power does this make? It doesn't feel like it makes enough power for what it looks like. And the price as well. The price is ridiculous. Okay, Jesus. It's understeering at low speed, and I'm assuming it's going to understeer even worse at high speed. But let's give it a try. Yeah, no, that handling is problematic. We're going to get a definitive answer now that we're coming down to slingshot. Jeep door handles, nice cause of off-the-shelf parts, cool. Maybe, sure. I'm good with having a parts bin special, but that is ridiculous. That is not right. Alrighty. Let's see how this done as a slingshot. Okay, so the speed isn't so bad at the top end. 260, not bad. Nah, the turning didn't work, and understeer. Let's try... Oh, okay, well, try that again. Understeer. Just understeer. That is so weird that it understeers like that. Ah! Ah! Yeah, I should do better with handling in the future. It comes with experience and practice. I do have a simple video on it, though I'm probably going to do an update that includes aero tuning as well. Also, your rear tires are the same tire size as your fronts. Usually on the rears, on mid-engine cars that are big and sporty like this, they will be bigger. Full manual, okay. Yeah, I feel like this is just not revving high enough. I feel like it should rev maybe like 1,000 RPM higher at least. Or have a lower power band. Nah, they're struggling at 220. And once it gets into a tank slapper, this thing is nigh impossible to control. I'm pulling a little bit to the right though. Alright, let's try that again. See how we go Bavarian Bend. So as I was saying earlier, a sports car should go around slingshot between 240 to 270 before it starts to understeer. A supercar should really be like all the way up to like 300. And then a hypercar should be basically as fast as the car will go. No, that is bad. That is not good handling, unfortunately. Well, let's see what the braking zone is. It's very slow. Let's try the 100-meter board. You know, the brakes are decent. We'll give you the brakes. But then understeer through Kill Rob chicane. That's pretty unfortunate. Let's see how it does through Popsicle and then see it get killed on Adam's Apex. Oh, it's understeering on Popsicle. Ah! Wow, oh my god. That is so slow. As I said, like, 70 is kind of like the tipping point. This thing was in the 50s kilometers an hour. Yeah, unfortunately, man, your handling is not good. And the engine shifts way too early. God damn it. It just understeers so much. Alright, let's go ahead and give this thing a fail score. God damn. If I revved any higher, the turbo would commit die. Well then, maybe don't use a turbo and just use a big naturally aspirated engine. Or just tune the turbo differently. Looks like a lot more body roll than I expected of a sports car. I mean, it was moderate. For what Automation exports, that wasn't the worst thing in the world. So let's go ahead and give this thing a full score. I'm assuming you want a full fill score. If you want to stop me at any point, I will just give you a simplified fill score. It's not going to be good, though. This score will probably be better than the score I give you. I have a Hillclimb specific card that I wanted to submit. Would you accept that? It doesn't look particularly good, but it performs amazing. That's up to you. Go ahead, submit it, and see if people vote for it. Colin Creedon, welcome to your first stream. So, styling, it's a bit basic. There's no like hood vents, there's no side vents, there's no air control around the sides of it all. There's not even a rear diffuser on this thing. But it is also only $81,000. That's a lot of money. So styling is going to be somewhere like a 6. You're going to get hurt on the je ne sais quoi factor because that 6 is mostly the body shape. Your leading lines are not very good on the rear. The front, they're not very good either. It's just a bit of a mismatch. It's not ugly. Don't get me wrong. It is not ugly. It's just very mild. It's like somebody says, hey, here's some hot sauce, and all it is just some ketchup or tomato sauce, depending where you're from. You're like, I mean, it's not bad. It's not really what I was expecting, especially for that price. Anyway, acceleration feels very, very muted. It may be fast, but it doesn't feel great. Oh, you know what? We'll give it a 7, because it's not actually slow. Handling, because the like mid-speed is pretty decent. 2. Fun factor. I mean, it's mid-engine and it's loud, so it'll get at least a 2. Cool factor. It's going to be the laughing stock of a lot of people. But at least that'll be rare, so maybe we'll give it a 1. Trackability. No. Features. Let's have a look at the interior. Though it does have that sort of price range where you'd expect a lot of features, so I'll give it a lot of leeway. I don't know why this is glass, but I'm assuming that's your touchscreen, so we'll say that it has some stuff. It is, unfortunately, like way too far away. Usually you want things to be within arm's reach, which is only like a little bit longer than the steering wheel. So if we go from above, the radius from the steering wheel, like a little bit further than that, you're not really going to be reaching that. So that's going to hurt your comfort thing. You're going to have to like reach forward to be able to turn that, to change anything on there. So features, we'll give that like probably an 8. It's probably very well feature packed. Comfort, that's going to hurt. You've got fairly thin, buckety sort of seats. At least they're butt-hugging. It wasn't the most uncomfortable, and these aren't the most low-profile tires, but they're not very comfortable either. Also, your katana as a handbrake is also going to be particularly uncomfortable, especially uncomfortable when the cop behind you is saying, like, why did you gouge a ditch in the road? So comfort is going to be something like A 6, it's a sports car. They're not meant to be particularly comfortable. But, I mean, you're getting 6 at least because there is decent enough legroom. It's not the worst thing in the world. Quality. Is there a story on this one? Mid-level, mid-engine, entry-level supercar. So if it's a supercar, I'm assuming it's also not particularly high-priced. You said that the turbos do commit die fairly easily if you don't have that low of an RPM. So I'm assuming that there is a lifespan on those turbos. That's just the sort of thing you would expect from a car manufacturer. So the quality is probably not going to be particularly great. Also, you're saying a supercar without like a supercar price, so it's probably not particularly great either. So let's go with 6 on that. Practicality, you have 2 seats. Did you make a boot compartment? Kind of. Did you do anything for the front? No. Okay. So, hold on, let's actually have a look at the suspension you've chosen here. Double wishbone, so it's not the worst. And then double wishbone again. So yeah, once again, also not the worst. Practicality, we'll give that like a 2. I'd like to give it 2.5, but we round off, so we'll go to a 2. Value. It is a lot of money for not a very good car, so we'll give that like a 2 because the resale probably won't be the worst thing in the world. I don't know. Ongoing costs. I mean, you probably haven't sold very many of them, so this engine is not going to be particularly great, especially also the longevity of said engine is not going to be particularly great, so we'll give that like a 3, because I'm assuming it's not from a supercar manufacturer. I'm assuming it's more from like a manufacturer, like a Corvette sort of thing. JB editing, I don't think there was any. Would I buy it? No. The je ne sais quoi factor, I feel there's just a little bit of je ne sais quoi. And the realism, kind of. It's getting really close to Corvette, except the Corvette handles really, really amazingly, apparently. So we'll give that a 6. And that is a fill score of 53. This would be a lot better if you fix the handling. A lot better. Even if you don't change the styling that much, it would have gotten a much better score. You suck at gauge clusters? Oh, okay. I mean, just thinking about things, sometimes. You have to stop, give yourself a long period of thinking, maybe like 5 minutes. So just thinking hard about how these things work can help a lot. Don't accidentally sit on that handbrake. That's not going to be very comfortable. I mean, it's very low slung. You'd have to be like in the seat before you get in the car sort of thing. If you know what I mean. Like, you're not accidentally sitting further over than what you want. Also being very buckety and very raised on the sides. Getting moved out of the seat, not going to be particularly easy either. There is a vet in my garage, C8. It handles amazingly. That one car channel? I wish I had one, but Corvettes aren't common here in Australia, and they're exorbitantly expensive. First car that I have shared with another person. I'm happy that you pointed out what I need to improve on. Thanks. I am glad that I was able to help. I did feel like I was being very mean, but I think that you could grow, because there are some certain things that you've done a pretty good job on. I know I was memeing on your handbrake. I know that you didn't actually mean for that to be a katana. I just wanted to make jokes about it. I like the fact that you thought about making an interesting greenhouse sort of roof and all that sort of stuff. Your rear taillights, there's a lot of effort in here. Unfortunately, there wasn't the planning in the first place. And look into leading lines and the theory on leading lines. I think you would benefit a lot from that with this sort of design. But yeah, let's move along to, what is it, the final car now? Yes, the final car, the Wings Good, which is a spoonerism of Kingswood, because they didn't want to like copy the name. I have footage from last summer going around in a track in class. I'm planning on editing that into a video soon. Okay. And the C8 drive. Oh, okay then. I thought you meant in BeamNG. My brain was not working great. Oh, very smooth off the line. And we're already at 100 kilometers an hour. We also have the audio turned down from that loud car earlier, right? Oh. Okay, so I know that the Kingswood was very wallowy, But I've been in them. They understeer like crazy. They also, I believe, didn't come with radials very commonly. Unless this is like the race version, which, you know what, it might be. It does have the rear spoiler. This thing oversteers way too much. No. They are very understeery cars. They are not oversteery like this. Ah! That's unfortunate. Oh, nice drifto burrito. Good. But yeah, not realistic. He's going to get hurt on the realism score there, which I think is what they were mostly betting on for this car. It's fun. It is fun, but it's also scary and a bit BS. I hate the automatic. It's like not slushy enough to like help the engine. So all it does is just become a bit of a slush box. Fun though. Whoa, you can bring this back from what you think is unsavable sometimes. Damn it. But it's just, it's so sluggish. Now I know that these, I think, came with the 5-liter engine because that was kind of the performance thing that came from America because of the whole NASCAR setup. Let's see how this thing does on the skid pan. See if we can have a little bit more fun here. It also probably wouldn't have an LSD of any sort, so I don't know what sort of differential is in here. Turn! Turn! Stop understeering now. There we go. Damn it. Whatever. Let's take this back to the track. Let's try going reverse track. See how that goes. 70s chop show chassis car. Oh wait, hold on. I remember also the lore behind this was this was like poorly rebuilt, I think is what the lore was. And for some reason this thing has multi-link rear suspension, which doesn't seem right. I'm going to be hurting them heavily on the score there. Even if this thing was restored incorrectly, I doubt they would have updated it to independent rear suspension with multi-link. That seems very unlikely. But yeah, I sent you a DM about the comment you left. May need guess. Oh yes, cool. Please don't ping me whilst I'm streaming. That is a big pet peeve of mine. Ooh, that was fun. So, there's a lot to like about this car. I feel as if the side is a little too, understated for a Kingswood. I think the Kingswood came out a little bit more. And you can see that it kind of bends in a little bit, which is kind of weird. And it's a little too oversteer happy. Which is not realistic. But I do like it. Go. There we go, BeamNG. You found a gear. Alright. So, somebody said earlier that the dip was to do with the crease. That's not actually what I meant. What I meant is there's like, you can see it here a little bit easier. See this line here? It comes down here, and then it dips there. Not the actual dividing line. That I'm fine with. That, the dividing line I think is fantastic. But this dip looks really weird, and I kind of wish you had done something about it, but I don't know what you could do. I'd have to actually experiment myself. Either way, still pretty good. There's a lot of attention here. Let's actually have a look at the Kingswood. I want to have a look at how the front looks. Front lip looks. Kingswood. Yeah, as I thought. The Kingswood does recede quite a lot here. Even on like these sportier versions, they do recede quite a lot. And there was never a front lip version, I don't think. Even on original... We need the... Oh yeah, I remember looking at that because of the copyright thing. Original... Monaro. Okay, yeah, now the Monaro was a little bit later then. Even that didn't have a lip, so that I'm going to mark down a little bit. Do we see any Kingswood here with a front lip? Let's type in front lip. Okay, so it seems that there's like aftermarket stuff. Let's go Kingswood race car. That's got ducting on there. I'm not sure if that's because the rest has been taken away. I know that the Ford had it. That's a rendering. I don't think that's real. Yeah, I'm not seeing... That might have one. But I think that's aftermarket and more modern. Yeah, I don't think any of them had front lips on the Kingswood specifically. Anyway, let's go ahead. This is by Gaben Hood. Is Gaben Hood here in the chat? I don't think I saw them at all. Your Wi-Fi died? Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize you were streaming till after I sent, but noticed. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead, clear this out. This is not going to get a very good score. I should probably only give it like a simple fill score, and that'd do much better. So let's go with styling. I mean, it's got the retro sort of styling, and that's very good. There's a few questionable choices. They did say that this is an aftermarket thing, so I guess they put that on there themselves. I don't like that in there. That is very distracting, and I really don't like it. Aside from that, though, it's pretty good. So we're going to give that, like, a 6. It's a very understated sort of car, but it is very light. Maybe a 7. Here in South Australia, at least, they're very samey. I kind of grew up with them. They were already known as like the old kind of boring car. Some people like them, but most people were indifferent. Acceleration. It's very slow, so we're going to go with 5 on that. Handling. It's very sketchy. So here's the trade-off. It oversteers way too much, but it's also bring backable, but it's probably not safe on the road. If it starts to rain, you're probably going to accidentally spin at a drop of a hat, especially if you're in a place where there's ice. Not very common here in in Australia, especially South Australia, but anywhere else. They did say something about Europe, which I didn't understand. So handling is going to be like a 4. Fun factor. It is very fun, so we'll give that a 7, even if it is very dull on the acceleration end of it. Cool factor. I mean, it's an old retro sort of car, so we can get a little bit of something there. Trackability. It's not very safe enough, really, to be a track car. And it's not nearly zippy enough or cornery enough. Features. I'm assuming it's not going to be particularly good on an old car like this. Let's go have a look. We got speakers in the back. We have a radio. And wind down windows. So not the most decked out car. It does have a clock though. So we'll give that features like a 2. A 1. Comfort. It's a little bit wallowy. You don't really get like proper support with these old seats, but at least they're comfortable. So we'll give that somewhere like 6. It's got old school comfort, but not like new comfort. It's not like sound deadening everywhere, sort of like BMW, Audi, Volkswagen sort of comfort. Quality. Very shoddy work. If they replace the differential, probably not very well done either. So we'll give that a 6. Because it still has probably a lot of the old stuff. What is the engine in this? Yeah, okay, so this is probably the old engine. It's also probably, I think they scaled it up visually, not great. Practicality. You know what, they said that there was a lot of like dodgy aftermarket parts. Also, like this hose system here, probably not the greatest, and that's probably gonna pop off quite easily. So we'll drop that maybe down to 4, because a lot of like, Jeff worked on it in his shed and cut corners. Hey, Sin, how's it going? I like one Chevrolet Nova and Holden. What? Like, what? I still don't understand it. Making a car... Which year does automation base its price on? I want to calculate price. Make sure that if you're submitting a car, that you give me the 2012 price. You can give me the calculated price if you want, but it is based off the US dollar or New Zealand dollar, I can't quite remember, from 2012. That's when it's based. Or maybe 2011, but most people think 2012. Nice dash. I thought it was pretty cool. Automation prices are 2012. Practicality. So it is not very practical for car parks because it is fairly long. Oh yeah, let me show you that thing that I was talking about with like the side weirdness. The Kingswood on the side is very straight. This goes in around the door section, then comes back out. Not only does it look bad, it's not really accurate either. So I suppose it did a little bit, but it does it in a very different way. Like the shape of the body doesn't, it's only really the crease line. So you probably actually could have left the body normal and then put a fixture on there to simulate that crease line. Practicality. How are the back seats? Quite big. Okay. Yep, we'll give that like a 6. It's good, but not great. Value. These things are exploding in price, and you've done a lot of this aftermarket work, like the suspension stuff, so it's going to be hurt on its price quite a lot. So we're going to give that a 3 on value. Ongoing costs, these old sorts of cars, they're not great, but they're also not the worst. So we'll give that like a 5. It's the middle of the road. The parts are cheap because they're out there. There's a lot of new old stuff, but there's not really much new stuff being made that's not aftermarket. JBM editing, I don't believe there is any. Would I buy it? There's like a 1's going there. Je ne sais quoi factor, like a 7. It's pretty good. There's just a lot of stuff that's like a little bit more of a miss than a hit. They're like, hit or miss, I bet you never miss, yo. It's kind of like more the, hit or miss that's kind of like a little bit of both, y'all, sort of thing going on there. Oh, cringe. Realism. 4. Nobody would update that thing of fear of losing all the value on the car, except for like somebody that's stupid and rich. But yeah, Dash, as I said, was pretty good. That is part of the reason why I got like a really good score. You know what? Maybe we'll give that 1 more point. So 72 score. That's not bad, especially for a very old car. Practicality. Great for taking to the drive-in movies with your sweetie along. Plenty of backseat room. Sure, fair enough. Anyway, that is all of the cars for this week. Give it about an hour. I'm not going to be using my webcam. This is going to be very relaxed. I'm not going to be as high energy. I'm going to be winding down because it's 4:30 a.m. I'm going to do a little bit of Farmville on Twitch right now if anybody wanted to go check that out. But yeah, that is the stream. So let's go ahead and say thank you to everyone that submitted cars this week. Some of these cars were fan-freaking-tastic. Like that BMW, Audi, Volkswagen kind of knockoff sort of thing. That was great. I loved it. So much attention to detail there. And thanks for everyone that showed up. So, Rob Beamer, thank you. Sin, thank you. Well Soon Mayhem Entertainment, thank you. Lewis Paolo, I'm going to call it at that. Thank you for coming by. I don't want to embarrass myself. That one channel, that one car channel, thank you for coming by. I will respond to you when the stream is over, when I am done packing down. Niter Dragon GG, thank you. Flame Z, thank you for coming by. Voidio's... I can't remember what your name is. Anyway, sorry, Void does not know. That's what it was. Thank you for coming by. Lots of fun as usual. Thank you. Thank you very much. Greetings from the Philippines. Cool. My partner is part Philippines. Filipino, sorry. Who else we got? Did I say Night of Dragon? I'm pretty sure I did. Flame Z, thank you. Who else we got? Space Warrior, thank you. You have been here for the longest time, Space Warrior, like over a whole bunch of different streams. Nicholas Querino, thank you for coming by. BMX, thank you for showing up once again. And then we just got a lot of repeats of the same people. Thank you, Groundhog, for coming by as well. Yeah, who else we got in here? Lee Perez, thank you for coming by, even if it was for a short while. We're Vixen, thank you for coming by. I'm seeing more and more of you recently, and that's very good. Or very nice, I should say. Thank you for coming by. Ah, Charlie Bean, you're around for the longest time as well. Thank you for coming by. Crispy Shaman, thank you for coming by and submitting your car. I do remember liking it. And Flipto, you're around for a very long time. Thank you for coming by. I think that's enough of scrolling through. And Ryuko, thank you for stopping by for a short time. Hey, Canola Skies, I haven't seen you in yonks. Welcome, thank you. This is the end of the stream now. Well done. My name is always at the bottom. W and all. Okay. I was scrolling up. I hadn't seen your name in quite a while. That's why it took a while for me to say your name. But anyway, yes. Thank you everyone for coming by. Don't forget if you do want to go over to I'm drawing a blank. Twitch. I will be over there. No webcam. Just nice and relaxed. Next week, the stream will be a day early. I'm hoping to try to maybe get more people with that because it should be on the weekend. The only reason why I haven't streamed that day earlier is previously my partner wasn't working. And when she would spend the weekends here, she would spend the weekend nights here. So I didn't want to keep her awake with lots of talking and yelling and all that sort of stuff, or just my antics or whatever. So I have been doing that, but she has been working recently, which means she doesn't stay here on Sunday night. So I'll do my stream 24 hours earlier now. We'll give that a try, see how that works. I'm not leaving. If you upload, I watch. Thanks, Space Warrior. You have been very dedicated for being here for a very long time. Do you remember when you actually subscribed first, Space Warrior? Because it's been quite a while. You're one of the, you're one of the really long-time stream watchers. Yeah. I kind of feel as if now I'm waiting for that response, then that's the end of the stream. And it's going to take a while because there's a big stream delay from me to YouTube. And then, yeah, there we go. Is your Twitch just Filmland86 as well? Yes, it is. I believe there should be a link in the description. Let me go have a quick look. Oh, it's not there. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's just Filmland86 over on Twitch. My bad. Well, you know what? Space Warrior, if you're going to take that long to respond, then you could just go tell me over on Twitch if you want to show up for that. I still watch all the streams, just not live. Ah, okay, Canola guys. Would you be more likely if I was to do this stream 24 hours earlier and catch you on a weekend? But either way, thank you everyone for showing up. I am now going to go eat some food and conk out for a little bit and then maybe play some... Oh, what's the name of the game? I keep drawing... Stardew Valley. Yes. Okay. Catch everyone later. And there's also like a new playthrough. I've never played Stardew Valley before. I played one stream for about an hour last week and I enjoyed it a lot and I've been hankering to play it again, but I keep on thinking that I should probably do it all on stream. But yeah, that's going to be fun. So, everyone,